Hey, good morning, everyone. Today is Thursday, December 11th, 2025. The time is 9:47 a.m., and this proceeding is hereby called to order. This is an adjudicatory hearing before the Massachusetts Peace Officer Standards and Training Commission in the matter of William Castro. This is a public proceeding and proper notice has been provided. The parties are convening in person, and we are broadcasting the proceedings remotely via Zoom. This hearing is being audio and video recorded. We remind all attendees that notification sounds and alerts must be set to silent. Parties are asked to please speak loudly and clearly for the record. The commission is represented by Attorney Timothy Hartnett, and the respondent is represented by Attorney Walter Jacobs. My name is Alexander Utz, and I am a legal fellow for the commission. The Honorable Kenneth J. Fishman is the hearing officer over these proceedings. Before we start, the parties are reminded to be mindful of potentially sensitive information when giving statements or asking questions during witness testimony. They're asked to specify, if possible, when referring to exhibits, to the Bates numbers in the bottom middle of each page. The matter is now before Judge Fishman.
All right, good morning. I know counsel is present and Mr. Castro is present. We are proceeding exclusively by Zoom today without any live witnesses, and the witnesses are being heard from the office of Attorney Hooten, City Attorney for City of Lawrence, and I welcome I know he's on screen now.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you for your cooperation. This was not easy scheduling this matter. I can only imagine from your end what it was like. It's difficult enough for us, but for you and I, we wanted to accommodate, as you had suggested, not causing the least disruption in the operation of the police department. And I hope we were able to facilitate that for you folks.
Thank you. We have, Your Honor.
So just a couple of things, because we're doing this remotely, it's important that when the witnesses appear, that I gather they're doing it from whatever room you're in, your conference room or office or something. Is that right?
I'm in my office, yes.
And will the witness be in the same room as with you?
The witness will be sitting where I'm sitting, Your Honor. I will be sitting next to.
Oh, okay. And is that principally because not that you're not invited to do it, but are you acting as counsel for these individual witnesses or members of the police department?
I technically represent the city, which is a little, kind of understanding, because that would also include Mr. Castro would represent the mayor, represent anybody here. So I really don't know, if I really have a role. I mean, I think that I'm not going to be advising them, so to speak. I might, however, and this is a question I wanted to ask you is, although I would not make substantive objections and stuff, if I had, for instance, I know this happened in this case, and I'm not saying to anybody else, but if I heard a question asked 5 times, could I object, asked and answered, and say,
no,
we just move on?
No, as much as I'd love your guidance and input, even though you can tell by all this gray hair, I've heard a lot of objections in my day, but it's not because it's a personal matter. But if you're not here representing a party, I really can't have you injecting an objection or even any comment in this. If you at some time that a witness needs to consult with his or her own counsel, you could alert me to that and we could review the situation. But beyond that, and if you were to object to asked and answered, you'd be objecting every 3 minutes or so during the course of these proceedings. I'm teasing the lawyers. But
that's fine, Your Honor. I just wanted to make sure I understood.
But it does bring up another important point. The only people in the room, I'm permitting you to be there, and the witness, obviously, but I don't want anyone else in the room because I don't want any possible influence or input or even unintended or intended with regard to each individual witness. That's one. You have any problem with that?
I do not. What I plan on doing, Your Honor, is that my legal assistant is outside. She will keep the next witness in a row out in the hall, so not even in my office. My office door will be closed. Only the person on the stand will be, besides me, be in my office, and only until I give a signal to my assistant will anybody else be let in, but that's only as we leave one witness.
Perfect. Now, obviously, this is an open session, so if anybody who wanted to could watch this on from some other location on a screen remotely as well. There are exceptions, though. Throughout this proceeding, it has been necessary occasionally to close the proceedings because of matters of confidential nature, perhaps relating to medical or personnel issues or something of the nature which you, in your capacity, could well understand. If that happens, I'm actually going to need you to leave the room as well when we close the proceeding, so that you're not able to hear what's being elicited.
No problem, Your Honor.
Okay, because I'll be watching. I just want you to know. All right. Let me make sure there's nothing else. The witnesses have been advised, have they not, sir, that there's a sequestration order in effect?
They have. And I know that we canceled Mr. Razzo this morning. He was here already. I informed him that sequestration order still continues, even though he didn't testify.
Thank you. Thank you. That's certainly appropriate. All right. So is there any other issues counsel want to raise before we get going with the first witness?
Yes, we need the first witness. Unfortunately.
No, just wait a minute. I'm asking these lawyers if they need to do it.
Okay, thank you.
Is anybody else canceled? I wasn't notified.
Oh, yeah. It was Mr. Rasso was canceled. Is anybody else canceled?
As of now, no, Your Honor.
Okay. So everybody else is present. And is the first one going to be Gary Yancey?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. If we can arrange Mr. Houghton for Mr. Yancey to come in.
I'm awaiting him. Again, I had to call them all and tell them to come early. So he was home when I called him because Mr. Razzo was here. So I called him. So he's now heading here.
Is there anyone here?
No, I had them come in order, and I had them not arrive en group. I have them only arrive 10 minutes before their testimony.
Perfect.
So I've moved them all up, but the first couple are, obviously it's coming to a shock for them because it's the first time they heard this is this morning.
Of course. And I appreciate the accommodation, by the way. So we'll have to wait until Mr. Officer Yancey gets here, right?
I believe it should be within the next 5 or 10 minutes.
All right, great. Want to just put us on hold, whatever one does. You can repeat it, what you just said, because it wasn't being broadcast. You should repeat what you just said.
We'll be in recess for a few minutes and we will be back shortly.
Actually, cancel that.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
We have a witness.
Apologies, everyone.
All right.
Officer Yancey is here.
Officer Yancey, could you rise, please, for a moment? We'll get you on the screen. Let's actually stay seated because of Zoom, we're going the wrong way on Zoom. I have to worry about cameras, so here we go. I am going to ask you to state your name and spell your name, please.
Officer Gary Yancey, Gary Yancey.
All right. Would you raise your right hand? In the matter now in hearing, do you swear or affirm that the answers you give to the questions presented to you will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Jacobs, you may proceed.
Good morning, Officer Yancey.
Good morning, sir.
Would you please state where you're employed?
The Lawrence Police Department, City of Lawrence, Massachusetts.
How long have you been employed by the Lawrence Police Department?
26 years.
And can you indicate when you first joined the department and what your initial ranks were and how they changed?
I was sworn in June of 1999. Went to the police academy thereafter, graduated, excuse me, in November of 1999, and rank of patrolman still.
What is your current assignment for the Lawrence Police Department?
I work under the Special Operations Division, Community Policing Unit.
Okay. Are you involved at all in dispatch?
I am, sir.
Do you recall the date of February 2nd, 2024?
Yes, sir.
Where were you working for the police department on that day?
I believe that day I was working inside dispatch.
Do you recall the dispatch communications from that day?
Somewhat. My memory would have to be refreshed.
Could we play the audios 1, 2, and 3, please? We're going to play the audios, several of the audios in sequence from that day, and I would ask you to listen to them and then be prepared to answer some questions. For example, whether that is your voice in dispatch. I'll be asking you certain questions on what you hear, whether you hear Mr. Castro at all during one of the dispatches, which audio, and whether you heard any other people, certain people that I'll ask you about speaking on the dispatch. If you need for us to replay the audios, we will do that. This is not a trick question. We want you to be able to give your truthful answers, and I realize it was a significant amount of time, so we're willing to replay those videos. If you need it, just let us know.
But when I hear Mr. Castro,
audio.
that's when you want me to say I hear him?
Right now, we just want you to listen, and then Mr. Jacobs will ask you some questions.
Understood.
By drawing your attention to some of what I will ask you, I wanted to help you while you're listening so that you can be attentive. One of the questions you will be asked after you've heard the audio will be whether that is your voice in dispatch. Another question will be where you heard Mr. Castro first speaking. And then I may ask you about whether you heard certain things by other individuals during that time. And I may ask you whether you communicated certain things during that dispatch. If you need the audio played a second or a third time, we will do that. This is not an effort to trick you. Just let us know if you'd like something replayed.
All right, let's play it.
Hoodie. 21, 29, a male with a green hoodie trying to pass a bad check at the credit union, 14 Amesbury Street. 21, 29, or if anybody else closer. Walking.
21, please.
It was a fake check. He's walking down Methuen Street with a green hoodie. Anybody close to Methuen Street? Dark-skinned male, all green, on Methuen Street. Okay, he just took off the hoodie.
Now we're going to play the second audio, Officer Yancey.
Walking towards Hampshire Street. He's in the parking lot now, behind TD. Should be. Dark-skinned male, had a green hoodie. Walking towards Canal Street now.
I'll be going off the credit union.
Okay, why don't you head to Canal Street? That's where the guy's walking.
Gary, you got me. I have an overdose. Broadway right now, I'm coming.
Okay, we'll send an ambulance, Broadway and Common, for an overdose. We got it?
Now we're going to key up the third audio, Officer Yancey.
479 is approaching Canal Street. By where, Gary?
Right here, right here. Go on this car. Go out on this car right here.
479 location, please.
Hey, there's a car taking off. It's out. Black Mercedes-Benz on the middle bridge with North Carolina plates. 4 doors.
Okay, a black Mercedes with North Carolina plates heading on the Central Bridge.
Coming up to Merrimack.
Approaching Merrimack, 411's behind him.
They're bailing out South Canal under the bridge with homeless. Two males, black. One has a green sweatshirt with a number 7 behind it.
411, call it out.
One just went under the bridge by the homeless. The other one is by the Simpsons brothers.
Now, we've played the 3 audios, Officer Hanson. You heard all 3?
I did, sir.
I'm going to ask you some questions now. If you need any of the 3 or all 3 of the audios replayed, please, before you answer, if you're not comfortable answering by just listening once, please let us know and we'll replay them for you.
Thank you.
Is that you on the radio?
It is, sir.
Are you performing the dispatch duty?
I am, sir.
Do you recall what Provisional Chief Castro's call sign was?
I do, sir.
What was it?
The chief is 411.
Now, do you recall, were there multiple cars involved in this incident?
Yes, sir.
What, other than Chief Castro's car 411, do you recall what other cars were involved?
I remember some of them, sir.
Would you like to rehear the audio?
I can rehear it or I can tell you the ones that I do remember.
Tell us what you do remember.
I remember 479, that was Officer Sandoval. I remember Officer Smart, not sure what cruiser number his was, maybe 421, but I can't be sure. And I remember Officer Olivo. I don't remember a car number being called, but I remember his voice on a separate incident.
I just couldn't hear you. Who was 479?
That's Officer Sandoval.
Sandoval?
What call sign is Olivo?
I don't know in that. I don't remember hearing his call sign. I remember hearing his voice calling out an overdose.
Okay. Do you recall whether you heard 429?
I can't say that I do. I may have. I can't say specifically when you ask me this question. If you can replay it, that'll be fine. But I don't remember that number.
That
offhand.
answer is fine, officer. We'll replay the first audio.
Okay.
Hoodie. 21, 29, a male with a green hoodie trying to pass a bad check at the credit union, 14 Amesbury Street. 21, 29, or if anybody else closer. Walking.
21, please.
It was a fake check. He's walking down Methuen Street with a green hoodie. Anybody close to Methuen Street? Dark-skinned male, all green, on Methuen Street. Okay, he just took off the hoodie.
Does that help refresh your memory,
Yeah, I
officer?
must have I'm sorry, I must have misunderstood your question. I remember calling out 29. I just don't remember hearing a response from 29. So I thought that was where we were going with this. I remember calling out, dispatching those cars.
And do you recall who 429 is?
I don't.
If you saw the CAD report, would that help you?
If their name is listed next to it, it would.
All right, we'll get to that in a moment.
Sure.
Do you recall who called and was approaching Canal Street?
I'd need you to play that part again, just so I can
Okay.
be specific.
Let me ask you a second question, then we'll replay.
Sure.
Do you recall who called for the overdose, the medical overdose?
Officer Olivo.
Now, do you recall who commented that they were off at the bank?
That would have been Officer Smart. Or he was going off at the bank.
Do you remember when you first heard Provisional Chief Castro on any of those three audios?
Yes, sir, I do.
Where did you hear him?
After I heard Officer Sandoval, 479.
Do you recall which of the three audios it was on?
I can't say for sure.
That's fine. We'll replay the audios and assist you to answer that. In any of those audios, other than for the very beginning of audio 1, did you hear, and we'll replay them again so that if you are unsure, we'll give you the advantage of another listen to the audio. Any comments about the nature of the incident after the beginning 26 seconds or so?
I request that you play it again.
Okay. And the other question that I'll be asking you to help address you as you're listening to the audio, do you hear the OIC at all, Lieutenant Trombley?
No, sir, I didn't in none
Do
of those
you-
tapes.
Do you hear Sergeant Samard, the street patrol supervisor, at all on any of those audios?
No, sir, I didn't.
At some point in time, do you believe that there was a pursuit involving 411, 479, 421, and 429?
I couldn't call it a pursuit. I wasn't there. I didn't hear the word pursuit.
Okay. Can we play the audios again, please?
Hoodie. 21, 29, a male with a green hoodie trying to pass a bad check at the credit union, 14 Amesbury Street. 21, 29, or if anybody else closer.
He walked out.
Walking.
21 receipts.
It was a fake check. He's walking down Methuen Street with a green hoodie. Anybody close to Methuen Street? Dark-skinned male, all green, on Methuen Street. Okay, he just took off the hoodie. Walking towards Hampshire Street. He's in the parking lot now, behind TD. Should be. Dark-skinned male had a green hoodie. Walking towards Canal Street now.
I'll be going off the credit union.
Okay, why don't you head to Canal Street? That's where the guy's walking.
Jerry, you got me. I have an overdose. Broadway now, I'm coming.
Okay, we'll send an ambulance, Broadway and Common, for an overdose. We got it?
479 is approaching Canal Street. By where, Gary?
Right here, right here. Go on this car. Go out on this guy right here.
Okay. 479 location, please.
Hey, there's a car taking off. It's out. Black Mercedes Benz on the middle bridge with North Carolina plates. 4 doors.
Okay, a black Mercedes with North Carolina plates heading on the Central Bridge.
Coming up to Merrimack.
Approaching Merrimack, 411's behind them.
They're bailing out South Canal under the bridge where home is. Two males, black. One has a green sweatshirt with a number 7 behind it.
411, call it out.
One just went under the bridge by the homeless. The other one is by the Simpsons brothers.
Okay. Does that help you refresh your memory?
It does, sir.
Who called, they were approaching Canal Street?
It does, sir.
Who was that?
479, Officer Sandoval.
And who was off at the bank?
That was Officer Smart calling off that he was going off at the bank.
No, you had testified you have how many years law enforcement experience?
26 years, sir.
Listening to that audio, and you participated in that as the dispatcher, assigning or dispatching various cruises and then taking information from various cruises, correct?
Correct, sir.
Okay. Would you characterize that as a pursuit?
I can only go by what I heard, and what I heard was the chief following him. Like I wouldn't. It wasn't. How would I say? Exaggerated. As like possibly in a pursuit. I'm just going by what I heard from this audio tape.
So, all right, to try and be clear, are you saying you do or you do not believe that the information you have available to you from listening to the audios suggests whether it was or was not a pursuit? Are you able to come to any conclusion? I'm not trying to force you into an answer. I'm just trying to clarify what your answer was because I was not sure.
From what I heard in that didn't come across as a quote unquote pursuit.
All right. That's all I wanted to hear from there. And you heard no information from, I believe you testified from OIC Trombley or Sergeant Samard during those calls.
Just to be clear, attorney, you asked me if I heard them in the radio transmissions.
That is correct.
Still the same question?
That is correct.
I did not, sir.
I'm referring, just to be clear,
Yes,
I'm
sir.
referring to the 3 audios we've played. Did you hear, to best of your understanding of the audio, any comments by either OIC Trombley or Sergeant Samard?
I did not, sir.
Okay. And you were at the time where in the police station?
I was in the dispatch position.
Okay. So you were not with Mr. Castro in his cruiser?
No, sir, I was not.
Now, the various calls that came in, when you made calls out and made instructions, you issued instructions by number, correct? Like 421.
When I dispatch the calls, yes. That's the way we do it. We call them by their cruiser numbers, who I'm sending initially to respond.
And then when people call in, like Sandoval, you said called in to say that she was approaching Canal Street, she just calls in with her voice. She's not necessarily identifying her, but is it that you recognize her voice?
I heard her say her call sign, her cruiser number at one point.
Okay. When you listen to the audios, unless someone speaks, do you know whether they are listening to the call or not when you're sitting
No,
in
sir.
dispatch?
I would have no idea.
Do you have any idea at what part, other than the time when Mr. Castro spoke on audio 3, do you know what parts of audios 1 or 2 he may or may not have heard?
I do not, sir.
And then were you also in dispatch after this incident was over? Well, in the dispatch room?
I was, sir, for the remainder of the shift. I was
And-
assigned there that day.
Is the dispatch room have the technical capability of playing different videos from city cameras?
It does.
Your Honor, I would suggest we go into closed session.
Okay. So, Mr. Hooton, we're going to have a brief closed session, so I'm going to have to ask you to excuse you from the room. Witness, of course, can stay, but.
The witness could say, okay.
Attorney Hooton, if you may, I just emailed you the link to the closed session. We will have to use a separate Zoom session. If you could open that link and close the one you're currently in for now, I think that would be the most efficient way
Good, that's fine.
to do it.
All right, we're finally back in open session. Respondent has completed his questioning of this witness, Hartnett. Oh, okay, no questions. I think I had one. See if I can find it now. It's really an unimportant question, but I heard reference, Officer Yancey, from one of the officers on the dispatch communication talking about being behind the parking lot behind, and it was either like TD or PD. Do you remember that?
TD Bank.
Oh, okay. That's all I needed. So you are excused. You'll remember that you're subject to a sequestration order, which requires that you not discuss your testimony with any other witnesses or anybody, certainly while these proceedings are ongoing. All right?
Understood.
All right, thank you. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
So I'll
Excuse.
get Officer Smart.
Please.
You're up. Yeah, Rachel, just tell them to stay there. You're going in the big seat? Okay, thank you.
All right. Good morning, Officer Smart. Would
Good morning.
you please state your full name for the record and spell your last name?
Daniel Michael Smart, S-M-A-R-T.
Thank you. Would you raise your right hand? On the matter now at hearing, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I thank you. Mr. Jacobs?
Good morning, Officer Smart.
Morning.
For whom do you work currently?
Lawrence Police Department,
And when did you first join the Lawrence Police Department?
2005.
And what was your capacity?
Patrolman,
And what is your status now?
still patrolman.
Do you recall an incident that occurred on February 2nd, 2024?
Yes,
Do you recall what that incident was for, or what it was about?
fraudulent check at a credit union on Methuen Street.
Now, on that particular day, do you know where Provisional Chief Castro was just prior to that incident?
I do not.
Were you with Chief Castro at the time?
I was not.
During the incident itself, were you with him in his cruiser?
Was I with him inside his cruiser? No.
Correct. You had your own cruiser that day, correct?
Yes,
Do you know whether Chief Castro had his radio on or not?
I have no idea. No.
Do you know when he might have turned it on or not?
No, I wasn't with him, so.
We're going to play 3 audios for you. And then I'm going to ask you some questions about the audios. These are the first 3 audios of the incident. And you will hear a dispatcher and you will hear a variety of officers. And I will ask you some questions. One will be whether you hear yourself speaking on the audio. One question will be when you hear Provisional Chief Castro speaking, and then at different points in the audio, what you may have heard or not heard. So that'll help you to focus when you're listening to the audio. There will be some questions. And if you at any time feel that you cannot recall from the audio, we will replay the audio for you. This is not a trick question. We want you to give an honest, truthful answer. If you need to refresh your memory by having the audio replayed, we will replay the audio for you.
Okay.
So can we play the 3 audios in sequence, please? 1, 2, and 3. Thank you.
Hoodie. 21, 29, a male with a green hoodie trying to pass a bad check at the credit union, 14 Amesbury Street. 21, 29, or if anybody else closer. Walking.
21 receives.
It was a fake check. He's walking down Methuen Street with a green hoodie. Anybody close to Methuen Street? Dark-skinned male, all green on Methuen Street. Okay, he just took off the hoodie. Walking towards Hampshire Street. He's in the parking lot now, behind TD. Should be. Dark-skinned male had a green hoodie. Walking towards Canal Street now.
I'll be going off the credit union.
Okay, why don't you head to Canal Street? That's where the guy's walking.
Jerry, you got me. I have an overdose. Broadway now, I'm coming.
Okay, we'll send an ambulance, Broadway and Common, for an overdose. We got it?
479 is approaching Canal Street. By where, Gary?
Right here, right here. Go on this car. Go on this car right here.
Okay. 479 location, please.
Hey, there's a car taking off. It's out. Black Mercedes Benz on the middle bridge with North Carolina plates. 4 doors.
Okay, a black Mercedes with North Carolina plates heading on the Central Bridge.
Coming up to Merrimack.
Approaching Merrimack, 411's behind them.
They're bailing out South Canal under the bridge where the home is. Two males, black. One has a green sweatshirt with number 7 behind it.
411, call it out.
One just went under the bridge by the homeless. The other one is by the Simpsons brothers.
Did you have an opportunity to hear the audios?
Yes.
Do you know who was doing the dispatch?
Officer Gary Yancey.
And do you know which officer called in about an overdose?
That was Officer Olivo.
Okay. When did you hear, now when did you make your first communication regarding the incident?
I acknowledged when Officer Yancey dispatched myself, which was 421 and 429.
And where were you dispatched to?
12 Methuen Street to the credit union.
Now that was just a dispatch to a location, correct?
Yes.
No. When did you hear Provisional Chief Castro, to the best of recollection of those 3 autos, and we'll replay them if you need it. When did you hear him coming into the communication?
When he found them on Canal Street.
Do you recall which audio that was?
I believe that was the 3rd one.
Okay. No. In your experience, you just said that you were dispatched to the location of the credit union, correct?
Yes.
Do you believe that this incident was a pursuit or a following?
What do you mean by pursuit or follow?
Do you believe that what you performed that day would constitute a motor vehicle pursuit?
No.
You do not? Okay.
Nope.
No. After this incident arose, you wrote a report, correct?
Yes.
Did anyone speak to you about your report?
My supervisors were grooming through it and making sure they approved it and everything was on there was good.
Do you recall who approved your report?
I believe it should have been Lieutenant Trombley. He was the OIC that day.
When you say your supervisors, I believe I heard an S at the end of that, meaning plural.
Yes, there was also Sergeant Samard that was on also that day.
So he was on that day. Was he also talking to you about your report?
Yes.
What did, and was this on the day of the incident was February 2nd of 24, correct?
Yes.
Now, again, I'm not trying to trick you. I'm just trying to collect information. So just answer as truthfully as you can for the best of your recollection. You wrote your report. Did you write your report on February 2nd?
Yes, February 2nd and into February 3rd. I believe that was a Saturday. I finished everything that Saturday and had Sunday and Monday off.
Now, when you say you wrote the report on February 2nd into February 3rd, would you please explain what you mean by you wrote it into February 3rd?
So I began it February 2nd, that Friday, and it went into after shift. And Lieutenant Trombley gave me permission to head home because I had custody of my kid that day. And then
And you don't
I,
have to go into any personal issues,
Okay.
Officer Smart. That's your personal issues. So you got permission from Lieutenant Trombley to complete your report the following day.
yes,
Now, did Sergeant Samard talk to you about your report on February 2nd?
I don't believe so, no.
Now, on February 3rd, you were on duty. Were you on duty February 3rd?
Yes,
And you came in and completed your report February 3rd?
yes.
Did Sergeant Samard talk to you about your report on February 3rd?
I know he proofread it, but I'm not sure if he did say what was said.
Did anyone, did you have any conversations with Captain Guerrero about your report?
Nothing.
Did, at any time on February 3rd, did Lieutenant Trombley, to the best of your recollection, indicate there was an error in your report?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
No. Did you compare anyone else's report or read anyone else's report before you completed your report?
No.
Now, have you ever read the motor vehicle pursuit policy
I have, yes.
and you've signed off on it?
Yes.
And it was your testimony you don't believe this was a pursuit?
No.
Now, can you describe what you did that day from when you got the first dispatch call from dispatcher Gary Yancey? Where you drove, what you did?
I forget my exact location where I was when I was dispatched, but I know I went right to the credit union. When I pulled up in front, I asked Officer Yancey if I should go inside and get more information in regards to the suspects or get video or any other information that would help us capture the suspects. So he told me disregard that for the time being because they were over on Canal Street and to make my way over there looking for them. So I began making my way there. I was going down Methuen Street. I took a left onto Hampshire Street. That is when I heard the suspects were over there on Canal Street by Chief Castro. When I got to Hampshire Street, I made a right onto Canal Street. That is when I heard them calling in the pursuit, but it was going in the other direction because I didn't see anybody in front of me on Canal Street. So I made a U-turn on Canal Street. And when I made that U-turn, they were already towards the Central Bridge. And I drove down Canal Street responding to the incident with my lights and sirens. And by the time I got to the Central Bridge, that is when the crash occurred on the other end of the Central Bridge. So I went to that location where the car crashed and I assisted others on foot looking for the suspects.
Now, I believe when you were speaking just now, I didn't want to interrupt you, but I thought I heard you use the word pursuit. But I believe you testified a few minutes ago, you did not believe this was a pursuit. Can you clarify?
So I was responding to the pursuit. That's what Chief Castro was doing. He was pursuing these suspects.
Now, were you part of that pursuit?
No,
At any time, were you driving the wrong way on a one-way street?
yes.
Why, what would justify you driving the wrong way on a one-way street?
So that's when I was told that they're on Canal Street. And as soon as I reached Methuen in Hampshire, that's when the chief had called out that that's where they were.
But
and I took a left.
I understand that what you said, you're testifying you heard, but what I'm asking you, what would justify driving your cruiser the wrong way on a one-way when you're also testifying you're not involved in a pursuit?
So if I didn't take that left turn, I would have to drive another block all the way down to the next street, which would be Franklin Street. And then I would have to take a very long route to get to where they were.
So you, in your opinion, that justified driving the wrong way on the one-way?
Yes, I used lights and sirens, and I used extreme caution for any other vehicles on the road.
Now, do you know whether Chief Castro was on the radio before you drove the wrong way on the one-way?
I believe it was right as I got to Hampshire and Methuen Street. That's when he said that he spotted them on Canal Street.
No. Were you ever disciplined by the city for driving the wrong way on the one-way?
No,
You were not. Now, when you heard the dispatch from Gary Yancey, and I asked you initially, one of the first questions I asked you was what the incident was for. You said for a fraudulent check.
yes,
Now, did you hear the dispatch that said it was a fake check and another portion of Yancey's dispatch that said it was a bad check?
I believe it was both, but I do know that it was either fraudulent, bad, or fake check.
Would you like me to have the first audio replayed?
Yes, please.
Play the first audio, please.
Hoodie. 21, 29, a male with a green hoodie trying to pass a bad check at the credit union, 14 Amesbury Street. 21, 29, or if anybody else closer. Walking.
21 receives.
It was a fake check. He's walking down Methuen Street with a green hoodie. Anybody close to Methuen Street? Dark-skinned male, all green, on Methuen Street. Okay, he just took off the hoodie.
Officer Smart, listening to the audio now, what do you recall you heard about the incident that was occurring at the credit union that was dispatched by Gary Yancey?
So Yancey said bad check and fake check.
Okay. Now, do you believe that justified lights and sirens and driving the wrong way on a one-way?
Not to the scene, but as they got the suspects, then I did, yes.
Could you explain what you mean by that?
So if they decided to take off on foot, I would get there at a faster time.
But when you made the turnaround initially to go the wrong way on the one-way, there was no one on foot yet, correct?
So I know the Chief Castro, that's when I was at Hampshire and Methuen. That's when he said that he had them at Canal Street. So that's why I turned on my lights and sirens in case they decided to take off on foot and leave the scene.
That hadn't occurred yet, correct?
I don't fully recall off the top of my head.
Okay. Did you receive any discipline or any investigation to your knowledge by post?
No,
Do you know if there was a blue teams report filed with respect to your actions in your cruiser that day, driving the wrong way in the one way?
no,
You don't know, or there wasn't any?
there wasn't any.
Do you have in Exhibit 7 the drone video?
Which one is that? What's the?
It should be labeled drone video. Right?
I'm good, thank you.
You sent it to Elizabeth.
I never seen it.
I don't see anything in Exhibit 7. I also don't see anything in our files from the answer to the order to show cause. That's just labeled drone video.
Okay. I have no further questions for officers.
Thank you, Mr. Hartnett.
Morning, officer.
Morning.
I'm in this little corner over here. I'll try to scoot over so you can see me a little better. Just a few quick questions. Just to clarify, so the officer who was involved in the pursuit that day on February 2nd, 2024, that was Chief Castro?
Yes,
He's your superior officer?
he was the chief of police at the time, yes.
You're a patrolman, correct?
Yes,
Much higher rank than you.
yes, several higher ranks.
Okay. And it's your testimony that you didn't engage in a pursuit, but that you were responding to his pursuit, correct?
Yes,
So the decision to engage in a pursuit was done by Chief Castro, correct?
yes,
And you were trying to respond to the scene where your chief had already made a decision that there was a pursuit. He'd already engaged in.
yes.
No further questions.
Well, just to, do you have any, just to follow up on that, just so I understand the use of the words, why did you consider what the chief was doing to be a pursuit as distinguished from what you were doing?
So he had already found the suspects and he was already pursuing them. I was far away from the incident when he was pursuing them. He was probably maybe close to, I believe, maybe quarter of a mile from where I was.
And did you at any time before you arrived at the scene of the crash observe his vehicle and the suspect vehicle in person? Did you see that?
Yes,
When would that have been?
that was sometime after they had crashed.
Okay, but you
I
didn't
got-
see them. You didn't
I
see
didn't
them
see-
while they were driving?
No,
And finally, this is just make sure I understand it. At some point, I think I heard you say that you were talking to the dispatcher, Officer Yancey, right? And you arrived at the credit union and you were inquiring whether you should go in and interview the parties, and he told you to head off, I think, to Canal Street. Is that
Yes.
right?
Yes.
As I listened to the dispatch recording, I don't know that I heard that conversation between you and Officer Yancey about whether you should go in and conduct interviews. Did you hear that?
I believe it was in the second one.
Okay, I heard that you were headed to going directly to the credit union, right?
Yes, in the first audio, I was dispatched there.
No, I know. And then you indicated, did you indicate on your radio that you were there or going there?
I indicated I was there and if I should go inside to get more information.
Okay, so it's at that, I'm just trying to place it in case I'm listening to it later. That's the point at which you asked him whether you should go in and get information?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I have nothing, but
May I just clarify something really quick? Attorney Jacobs referenced a drone video. I found we received Respondent Exhibit 6 that's listed as drone video, but in its place, we only have a paper that says drone video. We never received the actual video.
The video was sent to Ms. Zhao and she said she would upload them to the computer systems and have them available for playing. So what was put in the binder was just the paper. It was supposed to be available and she said she would bring them up.
do you think the viewing of it now is critical?
I think it might help us to further understand the locations. The drone video was done to be able to show through the drone these different streets we're talking about.
But do you need to do it through this witness?
We can do it through Mr. Castro.
Okay, so maybe in the meantime, we can figure out where that is.
Yes,
All
yes,
right, good.
that's fine here.
So nothing further from anybody?
No, just on that, sorry, on that drone video, sorry, I have not seen this
Well,
video.
it's not going in evidence until you see it and have
Okay.
a right to object if you think it's appropriate, all right? So right now, nobody has it, so then, other than perhaps we can get it from Mr. Castro or Mr. Jacobs, so we'll work on that. All right, officer, thank you very much. Just remind you that there's a sequestration order in effect. I'm sure you've been advised that. Really means that you can't talk to anyone about your testimony while these proceedings are ongoing, okay?
Yep.
All right, thank you. Your excuse?
All right, I'll get Officer Ovalas.
Yes, please.
Okay. It's you. I'm doing it on my computer. I never went over there. Okay, I'm in the middle of this. Okay, no, I know you're in the middle, but first, listen, I just let me know and get that ready.
All right. Officer, can you hear me all right? I can't hear you. Oh, that's because your audio is off. Yep, now I could, would you state your name, please, and spell your last name?
Officer Gregory Ovalas, last name Ovalles.
All right, thank you. Would you raise your right hand, please? In the matter now in hearing, do you swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Jacobs.
Good morning, Officer Valens.
Good morning, sir.
Would, where do you work currently?
Lawrence Police Department.
And could you give us a brief history of when you began and any promotions you've had?
No promotions. I've just been on patrol for the last 2.5, 3 years now.
So you began about 3 years ago?
Yes, sir. In October of 2022.
And what is your assignment in patrol?
Patrolling the city of Lawrence.
Various sectors?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall October 2nd of 2024?
I do, sir.
Do you recall what occurred that day? There was an incident. Are you familiar that there was an incident that occurred that day?
Yes, sir.
February 2nd, just to make sure I have the date correct.
Yes, sir.
What is your understanding of the incident that occurred that day?
It was a fraudulent check that was being cashed out. We got a call for that.
You got a dispatch call.
Yes, sir. Not myself initially, but there was a dispatch call for a fraudulent check.
Now, where were you at the time that you, when you're in your, let me answer this question. When you're in your cruiser and a call goes out, every sector car hears all the calls, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So were you assigned to a sector that was involved in what that dispatch was for?
I was assigned to a sector. At this moment, I was on Canal, at the intersection of Canal and Lawrence Street, right next to the courthouse, when that call was coming up.
Okay. And what did you do in response to hearing the dispatch on that call?
Immediately heard Castro asking for an additional units to his scene. He was on the opposite side of Canal Street, behind the vehicle when the vehicle was turning onto Amesbury Street. And at this moment, I turned on my lights and sirens, made my way down, and turned onto Amesbury Street.
I'm going to play 3 audios for you, officer.
Yes, sir.
And then I'll ask you some questions about the audios that you hear. So please pay attention to the voices you hear and what they're saying the best you can. And then if I ask you a question and you can't clearly recall the answer from either your memory or from listening to the audio, please let me know before you respond and we'll replay the audio.
Sir.
We play audios 1 to 3.
Hoodie. 21, 29, a male with a green hoodie trying to pass a bad check at the credit union, 14 Amesbury Street. 21, 29, or if anybody else closer.
He walked out.
Walking.
21 receipts.
It was a fake check. He's walking down Methuen Street with a green hoodie. Anybody close to Methuen Street? Dark-skinned male, all green, on Methuen Street. Okay, he just took off the hoodie. Walking towards Hampshire Street. He's in the parking lot now, behind TD. Should be. Dark-skinned male, had a green hoodie. Walking towards Canal Street now.
I'll be going off the credit union.
Okay, why don't you head to Canal Street? That's where the guy's walking.
Jerry, you got me. I have an overdose. Broadway now, I'm coming.
Okay, we'll send an ambulance, Broadway and Common, for an overdose. We got it?
Four 479's approaching Canal Street. By where, Gary?
Right here. Go on this car. Go on this car right here.
Four 479 location, please.
Hey, there's a car taking off. It's out. Black Mercedes-Benz on the middle bridge with North Carolina plates. 4 doors.
Okay, a black Mercedes with North Carolina plates heading on the Central Bridge.
Coming up to Merrimack.
Approaching Merrimack, 411's behind him.
They're bailing out South Canal under the bridge where home is. Two males, black One has a green sweatshirt with a number 7 behind it.
411, call it out.
One just went under the bridge by the homeless. The other one is by the Simpsons brothers.
Did you have an opportunity to hear those three audios?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall at one point in time you were interviewed by Daniel Bennett from CIC Investigations?
I don't recall.
You don't recall? Do you recall the incident that occurred
Yes, sir.
February 2nd of 24?
Yes, sir.
I believe you testified that you put on your lights and sirens.
Yes, sir.
Were you involved in a pursuit at that time?
Yes, sir.
Did you drive at any time the wrong way on a one-way?
Yes, sir.
No. Do you recall whether you ever said or made any statement to Daniel Bennett that Provisional Chief Castro requested backup units?
Yes,
Recall
sir.
that? You recall that statement?
Yes, sir.
Now, in those three audios, and I will replay them again, this is not a trick question. Do you recall hearing anything from Provisional Chief Castro or anyone else making a request for backup?
No, sir.
There's nothing on that audio.
No, sir.
So that statement to Daniel Bennett was not correct. Is that true?
No, sir. I don't recall.
Let me ask the question again because I may have confused you. You say you recalled making a statement to Daniel Bennett that Provisional Chief Castro requested backup.
Yes, sir.
And I believe you just testified that in listening to the three audios, you did not hear anyone, Chief Castro or anyone else, requesting backup. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I'll play the audios again if
Yeah, if you could play the audio one more time.
play the audios again, please. This is not an attempt to trick you, officer. I just want your best honest answer. And if it's been a period of time since February 24, we're more than happy to replay the audio so that you can truthfully and honestly answer the question.
Hoodie. 21, 29, a male with a green hoodie trying to pass a bad check at the credit union, 14 Amesbury Street. 21, 29, or if anybody else closer. Walking.
21 receipts.
So it was a fake check. He's walking down Methuen Street with a green hoodie. Anybody close to Methuen Street? Dark-skinned male, all green, on Methuen Street. Okay, he just took off the hoodie. Walking towards Hampshire Street. He's in the parking lot now, behind TD. Should be. Dark-skinned male, had a green hoodie. Walking towards Canal Street now.
I'll be going off the credit union.
Okay, why don't you head to Canal Street? That's where the guy's walking.
Jerry, you got me. I have an overdose. Broadway now, I'm coming.
Okay, we'll send an ambulance, Broadway and Common, for an overdose. We got it?
479 is approaching Canal Street. By where, Gary?
Right here, right here. Go on this car. Go on this car right here.
Four seven nine location, please.
Hey, there's a car taking off. It's out. Black Mercedes Benz on the middle bridge with North Carolina plates. 4 doors.
Okay, a black Mercedes with North Carolina plates heading on the Central Bridge.
Coming up to Merrimack.
Approaching Merrimack, 411's behind them.
They're bailing out South Canal under the bridge where home is. Two males, black. One has a green sweatshirt with a number 7 behind it.
411, call it out.
One just went under the bridge by the homeless. The other one is by the Simpsons brothers.
So you've had an opportunity to rehear the audio.
Yes, sir.
Where did you first hear Provisional Chief Castro speaking on the audios? Do you recall which?
As soon as he went off of the vehicle in audio number 3.
Do you recall which audio of the 3 it was?
It was audio number 3.
Okay. Did you hear him request backup?
No.
So if you testified, I believe just a little while ago, that you had said to Daniel Bennett that Chief Castro had requested backup. So that would have been an incorrect statement, correct?
Yes, sir.
No. No one on that audio that you heard requested backup.
No, sir.
The dispatch was dispatching people to different locations, and Chief Castro was relaying information back to dispatch of locations, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you know where Chief Castro was just prior to this incident?
He was on the sidewalk behind the vehicle on Canal Street before turning onto Amesbury.
Before the incident started, let me be clear. Before the incident started, do you know where Chief Castro was?
He was off of the vehicle.
Say a half an hour before the incident occurred, do you know where Chief Castro was?
No.
Do you have in your cruiser a mounted radio?
Yeah, I do.
So when you're driving in your car, as other officers in other sector cars, you're hearing all the radio transmissions from your mounted car, your mounted radio.
Yes, sir.
Do you know if Provisional Chief Castro had a mounted radio in his Tahoe, his city-assigned vehicle?
I would assume so.
Well, do you know as a fact? I don't want you to speculate.
I've never been in the chief's vehicle.
Let me finish the question, please, officer. I don't want to trick you. I just want to know what you do know or don't know. And it's perfectly fine if you don't know to say that, or if you don't recall to say that. So do you know as a fact whether or not Provisional Chief Castro's Tahoe had a mounted radio similar to the patrol cruisers?
I don't recall.
Do you know whether Provisional Chief Castro had to use a portable radio to communicate when he left the station?
I would assume so.
Well, do you know?
No, I don't know.
And do you know on that day what part, if any, of the radio transmissions Chief Castro might have heard?
Can you repeat that question?
Do you know for a fact what transmissions let me preface it. We played 3 audios today, correct?
Yes.
And I believe it's your testimony, and if I'm mistaken, please correct me. You recall hearing the entirety of those 3 audios while you were on patrol that day in your cruiser?
Yes.
No, and I believe you testified that you heard about a fake check or a bad check in the initial audio.
Yes, sir.
Do you know for a fact what Chief Castro heard that morning about any of those three audio dispatches?
I can't speak from his perspective.
Well, not just perspective. Do you know what he did or did not have an opportunity to hear?
I'm not in his head to know what he heard, sir.
Do you know, let me ask you the question this way. Do you know if his radio was or was not on at any one point in time during this incident? Before you heard him commenting on the radio on audio 3. Do you know whether his radio was on or off during the time of audios 1 and 2?
I would assume it had to be on if he was one of the first cars there.
Officer,
Sir.
I'm trying to ask you a very specific question. I don't want you to speculate. I want you to state fact. You were in your cruiser that day, February 2nd of 24. Correct? I didn't hear you, officer. I'm sorry.
Yes, sir. I was on my inside of my cruiser on that day.
So you were not in Chief Castro's vehicle that day?
No, sir.
So other than hearing Chief Castro on audio 3, and because he's speaking, you can hear and tell he's communicating with dispatch, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you hear on audio 3 several other communications from Provisional Chief Castro describing the location of the suspect.
Yes, sir.
Do you for a fact know, not an assumption, do you know for a fact whether Chief Castro heard any of the information on audios 1 and 2?
No, I do not know that information.
Now, you were aware that it was a fake check, correct? A fake check or a bad check?
By the information given by dispatch, yeah.
Okay. Now, you also testified that you were in a pursuit with lights and sirens on to pursue the suspect vehicle.
Yes, sir.
Do you believe that? Now, have you read the motor vehicle pursuit policy?
Yes, sir.
And you signed off on it?
Yes, sir.
And you're familiar with it?
Yes, sir.
Do you believe your actions were consistent with the motor vehicle pursuit policy?
Repeat that question, sir.
Just to be clear, have you had an opportunity to read, previous to this incident, the Lawrence Police Department motor vehicle pursuit policy?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall that you signed off on that policy?
Yes, sir.
Were you on February 2nd of 24 familiar with that policy?
Yes, sir.
Now, the question that I was asking, I don't want to confuse you. I'll reword it if you're not clear. Do you believe that your actions that day were consistent with the Lawrence Police Department motor vehicle pursuit policy?
No, sir.
In what way were they not?
I was involved in a pursuit after observing the chief involved in a pursuit, or the chief at time.
No. When you were driving your vehicle that day, you drove, I believe you testified, the wrong way on a one-way?
Yes, sir.
Were you in control of your cruiser at all times?
Yes, sir.
Did you strike any object or any other car or pedestrian during the time that your car was pursuing that suspect?
No, sir.
And I believe, do you recall telling Daniel Bennett that you never jeopardized anyone during the time you were driving your cruiser?
No, sir.
You do recall or you don't recall?
No, I do recall, sir.
Okay. And your testimony is you did not jeopardize anyone?
No, sir.
You were in total control of your vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Now, in the three audios, and if need be, we'll play them again, do you hear OIC Lieutenant Trombley communicating at all during the time of this incident?
At this moment, no.
Do you hear, or did you hear in listening to those three audios, any communication from Street Patrol Supervisor Sergeant Samard regarding this incident?
At that moment in time, no.
Do you know what Lieutenant Trombley's responsibility as OIC is with respect to the pursuit policy?
I don't know his responsibility, no.
Who would be responsible to call off a pursuit if they felt, in their opinion, it should be called off?
The OIC.
Could also that be done by the Street Patrol Supervisor?
I would assume so.
Do you know for a fact, not an assumption, but do you know for a fact if OIC Lieutenant Trombley was ever investigated for any allegations of dereliction of duty?
No.
You know if-
Why are we asking this officer those questions? About whether this officer would know about?
Because he might have knowledge of that.
I don't.
First of all, he said he didn't, but aside from that, that's like saying anybody in the world might have had knowledge.
Understood. Were you disciplined by the city for any of your actions that day involved in this incident?
No, sir.
Were you investigated by post for any of your actions that day involving this incident?
Objection.
Grounds.
It's confidential.
Sustained.
Have you received any discipline that you're aware of regarding this incident?
I don't recall.
No further questions, right?
Mr. Hartnett?
Thank you. I was going to say good morning, officer, but now it's the afternoon, so good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Can you see
you
Mr.
see me? I'm in
Hartnett?
this
He's kind of
corner here.
hiding over there. Can you
Yes,
see
sir.
him?
I could see you.
Okay.
You heard in the audio, and I don't think we need to replay it, but you did hear Chief Castro say something to the effect of get out on either that or this car. Remember that?
Yeah. Go off on this car.
Go off, and what does that mean? What did that
He
mean
he was telling that officer to go off with that vehicle. That was the vehicle involved with that he had involved in the fraudulent check activity.
Is it possible when you referred to there being backup, you were referring to his call directing another officer to help him back up?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And you admitted today that your pursuit may have violated or did violate the policy, correct? You admitted that today. You were honest about that today, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were interviewed by Daniel Bennett about this, and you were honest to him as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
You admitted to him that you did that, correct?
Yes, sir.
And have you ever read the Daniel Bennett report?
No, sir.
Okay. And so you owned up to your mistake and you were honest about it when you were investigated about it, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you didn't try to falsify anything in a police report or anything like that.
No, sir.
Okay, and you didn't deny that you were in a pursuit when you were in a pursuit.
No,
correct?
sir.
No further questions.
He redirected.
I would have to take and raise a question with the hearing officer that my question as far as the certain kind of discipline for this officer, if there was discipline imposed versus if a preliminary inquiry is being undertaken, I believe are distinct issues. If discipline was imposed, I believe that would be public record. I don't believe the division would have a valid objection to commenting on something or his responding to something that's public record. if I had asked him, was a preliminary inquiry being undertaken, I believe that is confidential and privileged. And I didn't ask that particularly because it's statutorily confidential, but I don't believe a discipline imposed is privileged information.
I agree.
There's an agreement.
So may
I'll ask this question.
thank you, Your Honor.
As a result of your conduct on that day, was any discipline imposed on you, officer?
No, sir.
That solves the confidentiality part. Any other questions, Mr. Jacobs?
No, Your Honor.
I just have one. I understand that you're testifying that from your perspective, the pursuit policy was violated. And why is that?
Why was it violated?
What's the violation of the policy from your understanding?
Just being involved in the pursuit.
Well, is there something about this pursuit that makes it a violation of the policy?
Just the events that led up to it, the crash, also the driving on the opposite side of the road.
Right, but is it under the policy, some pursuits are permitted, are they not?
Yes, sir.
And I guess my question is, why doesn't this fit into that policy as a pursuit that would be permitted from your understanding?
From my understanding, just the totality of the events that occurred.
At any time, did you have the chief's vehicle and the suspect's vehicle in view during the course of the pursuit?
Yes, sir.
Where were you in relation to those vehicles when you first saw them?
When I first saw them, I was on Canal, at the intersection of Canal and Lawrence Street. And
before you got on the bridge?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And Chief Castro's vehicle was on Canal Street, pointing eastbound behind the vehicle on the sidewalk before turning onto Amesbury.
Okay. And then where did the vehicles go?
Onto Amesbury Street.
And from there?
From there, they ended up taking a left turn prior to Merrimack Street, where the vehicle crashed.
And do you know how long the period of time you had them in view till the crash?
Less than 3 minutes.
And do you recall the speeds at which the vehicles were traveling?
I would say around 40 miles
per hour.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Did my question suggest any further questions?
Yes.
I was afraid of that. Go ahead.
You were asked some questions regarding the pursuit policy itself, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I asked you earlier, and Judge Fishman asked you about why you thought, what made this a violation of the policy. When you were first brought in as patrol, I asked you whether you had signed off, whether you had read the pursuit policy and signed off on it. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And you said yes. Have you ever been held accountable for a policy that you had not read and signed off on?
No, sir.
No. In this particular pursuit policy, you've read it and you're familiar with it, correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you aware of the discretion that the policy allows an officer?
No, sir.
Can we pull up Exhibit 31, please? Start with Castro 121. Can you see the motor vehicle pursuit policy on the screen, officer?
Yes, sir.
Okay, are you able to read it clearly?
Yes, sir.
Do we need to enlarge the print at all?
No.
No. Do you see under Roman numeral 2, general considerations and guidelines?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to read the first paragraph. As a general policy, police officers have a responsibility to identify perpetrators of criminal acts and to apply whatever means are lawful, reasonable, and appropriate to effectuate their apprehension and appearance before a court of law. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, sir.
And then it goes on to say, sometimes the means of apprehension may include the pursuit of a suspect in a motor vehicle. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you heard the dispatch from Officer Gary Yancey, you heard about an effort at a bank or credit union to do something with a fake check or bad check, correct?
Yes, sir.
Would that, in your understanding and your training, constitute a crime?
Yes, sir.
Now, in the third paragraph down in Roman numeral 2, it talks about balancing the hazards inherent in vehicle pursuit to officers, suspects, and the public against the need for immediate apprehension.
Mm.
So there are two issues: apprehend the perpetrator or the suspect, but not cause injury or damage to any person with property, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, I believe you testified that your cruiser at all times was conducted totally under your control. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you endanger any pedestrians during the time you were driving your cruiser during this incident?
No, sir.
Did you endanger any other vehicles, strike any vehicle or any stationary object?
No, sir.
And I believe you said you testified to Daniel Bennett from CIC, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, so if I'm incorrect, correct me, that you did not jeopardize anyone or anything during your driving.
No, sir.
And the policy, if you look down to the bottom paragraph, it says the policy, and tell me if I'm reading this correctly, the policy also recognizes that vehicular pursuits do not automatically occur when officers activate their emergency warning equipment in an attempt to effectuate a lawful motor vehicle stop. So you can have your lights and sirens on, is that not correct? To effect a stop without constituting necessarily a pursuit?
Yes, sir.
Now, turning to page Castro 122. The second, at the top of the page, the second paragraph, where it begins, since numerous unique situations. I'm going to read that. Since numerous unique situations arise in law enforcement, it is impossible for this policy to anticipate all possible vehicular pursuit circumstances. Therefore, in unusual situations, an officer should use common sense and consult with the supervisor whenever possible. Is that
Yes, sir.
correct? Were you trying to use common sense that day?
I was using my common sense. Yes, sir.
Do you have any knowledge when you started to join in this incident whether the individual was armed or not armed?
No, sir.
Now, it says under Roman numeral 3 policy, in the third paragraph, the intention of the policy is to limit the use of continued pursuits. Is there a difference between the initiation of a pursuit and a continued pursuit?
Yes.
What is the difference in your understanding?
A continued pursuit is continuing past the scope of what you are trying to investigate.
And is that clear when it converts from an initial pursuit to what becomes a continued pursuit?
No, sir.
Now, you didn't hear anyone on the audio, and if you need the audio replayed, we'll replay it. You didn't hear anyone authorize the pursuit, correct?
No, sir.
And you didn't hear anyone, the OIC or the street patrol supervisor, order a stop to the pursuit, did you?
No, sir.
In fact, you didn't hear anyone even discussing the word pursuit.
No, sir.
There was discussion through Gary Yancey where an incident had occurred and the location occurred and dispatching two cruisers. You recall that?
Yes, sir.
And then omitting the call for the overdose, which had nothing to do with this incident, then there were communications back and forth on what location, where people should go, and where the perpetrators or suspects were traveling.
Yes, sir.
Now, turning to Castro 123. This is Roman numeral 4, the guidelines of the pursuit policy. Each officer must use his or her discretion along with the guidelines in determining whether or not to commence a pursuit and how to conduct the pursuit once one has been initiated. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, sir.
Now, the word there, the third word in that sentence is not may use, it's must use. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So that is the command to use your discretion in deciding whether to commence a pursuit and how to conduct the pursuit.
Yes, sir.
And then below that, it talks about factors that officers should consider. Time of day, correct?
Yes, sir.
What approximate time of day was this?
I don't recall. It was during the daytime, though.
Daytime hours, okay.
Yes, sir.
Location of pursuit, was this in the industrial area of the city?
Yeah.
Weather conditions, do you recall what the road was like that day?
I don't recall.
Can we play video 1? Video 2, please. Now, when we play the video, I want you to pay attention to the video and the surroundings. And then if I go to the screen, can the officer see me pointing to the screen or not?
The screen behind you, he would be able to, wouldn't he?
When we're sharing a screen, I don't believe that camera view is.
Okay, then I'll verbally describe
Yeah,
it.
you'll have
Thank
to.
you. I'll be talking while the video is playing, and if I distract you at all, we can replay the video, officer.
Yes, sir.
Veronica, could we have just a 3-minute recess?
Yes. We're going to be in a brief recess.
Might want to know.
What was that?
Want to know?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I'll get that. I'll bring it in for you.
All right.
Do we have to record? All right, we're back in session. You wanted where were we? We played the video?
We were going to play the
You want to play it?
audio, the video, I'm sorry, the video 1 and 2 that we previously played.
Right. Let's do that.
Now, officer, we're going to play 2 videos that are going to show 2 aspects of the incident. And I'm going to then ask you some questions from Castro 124 related to the conditions because you said you hadn't recalled the detail.
Just gonna object. I think we've gone, there was a direct, there was limited cross, you asked some questions. There was a chance to respond to some of those questions, and now we're far away from those questions. I think this is redoing some direct, and I don't think that's proper.
And as a practical matter, up to a point, I think it was responsive to my question, so I understood that. But I can watch this video the same way that he can, and
That's
see
fine.
the
Ron.
conditions.
I didn't want to cut the witness off from his answer or leave him without it.
I appreciate
We can, if Your Honor would appreciate, I mean, I agree, you've seen the video more than once. We can dispense with showing the video if you want. I just didn't want the witness to feel cut off or the hearing officer feel that we're cutting him off and
No,
not allowing you to
I
respond.
certainly don't feel that way.
So,
Have any further questions?
no, I think that can end the question for this witness.
Do you have anything further, Mr. Hartnett?
No.
All right, we can turn that video off. Does that work? All right, that appears to be all the questions we have for you, officer. As you know, you're subject, as are all the witnesses, to a sequestration order, which simply means that you can't discuss your testimony with anyone during the pendency of this case. All right, you understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you very much. You're excused.
Thank you as well.
Are we all okay, so we can do this next witness and then take a lunch break? Is
I
that,
think that would be fine, Your Honor.
you all right? Everybody all right?
That's fine with me. I would just check with Mr. Howden and I don't know if there's on the schedule. I don't think. I'm fine.
There will be a portion of this one that will probably be in closed session, but the questioning will be very relatively brief, so I believe we would be able to take the lunch break, do this and take the lunch break.
Okay, well. We had it, I see, we had this built in for, unfortunately, like 3 witnesses down, or 1, 2, 3 witnesses down. So you're right, I'll talk to him about their schedule.
Just don't want somebody to not be available because they were available.
Actually, before we start with this witness, Mr. Howden, we're trying to figure out, I'm just looking at the schedule about where we scheduled a break so folks could get a lunch and stuff. As one might expect, because it always happens in every trial or hearing I've ever been involved with, we're behind schedule. And my question is, how would it impact the schedule of your list of witnesses if we were to take our break after the current witness that's here? You think that would cause a problem in terms of availability of anyone? Oh, you're muted, sir. You're muted.
I don't know why I keep getting muted and unmuted, but the next witness would be the secretary, which would be a short witness. I've seen Lieutenant Trombley here. I think anytime you take it, it's really not going to matter. I'm just going to tell people that we're delayed. So.
All right, thank you. I appreciate that. All right, so why don't we have the next witness. Sir, would you state your name, please?
My name is Luis Olivo, Officer Luis Olivo for the Lawrence Police Department.
And would you spell your last name, please?
Olivo.
Thank you. And would you raise your right hand? In the matter now in hearing, do you swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Jacobs.
Good afternoon, Officer Oliver. Are you familiar? Where do you work currently?
I work at the Lawrence Police Department.
When did you begin work for Lawrence Police Department?
September 2014.
2014?
Yes, sir.
And you were a patrolman at that time?
Yes.
And are you still as a patrolman?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with the events of February 2nd, 2024?
Yes.
Where were you dispatched to on that day? And if you have any problem with your recollection, we do have some audio we can play for you to refresh your memory.
I was actually a medical during the incident, and after I cleared the medical, I went to Canal Street right before Merrimack Street where was that was the point of the accident of the vehicle, suspect vehicle.
Now, you were in your sector car cruiser at the time that this was transpiring, correct?
Yes,
And you have a mounted radio in your sector car cruiser.
yes.
So did you hear all the audio dispatch related to this incident?
Not all of it because, like I said, I was at the same time I was dispatched to a medical at McDonald's at 50 Broadway during the same time that was occurring.
And that would be when you broke into the dispatch and indicated that you were going for an overdose?
Yes,
Did you hear the earlier audio before you got onto the radio and indicated that you had an overdose and asked, and Gary Yancey dispatched an ambulance?
Well, he didn't have an overdose.
But I'm sorry, correct. I'm corrected. You had an overdose call,
yes.
not an overdose personally, an overdose call. Would you like us to play that audio at all?
Yes, please.
Play the audios, please.
You want all three?
One, I think we can do. We're going to play one of three audios, and I believe this audio will refresh your memory to allow you to answer the question. None of these questions are designed, officer, to trick you.
Yes.
2129, a male with a green hoodie trying to pass a bad check at the credit union, 14 Amesbury Street. 2129, or if anybody else closer. Walking.
21, please.
It was a fake check. He's walking down Methuen Street with a green hoodie. Anybody close to Methuen Street? Dark-skinned male, all green on Methuen Street. Okay, he just took off the hoodie.
Play the second one. I believe it's on number 2. I'm sorry. Olivo, do you recall the best recollection that you heard the content of that audio on February 2nd, 2024, when you were in your sector cruiser?
Yes, sir. I recall it.
Now we're going to play audio number 2, and I believe you hear yourself on that audio.
Walking towards Hampshire Street. He's in the parking lot now, behind TD. Should be. Dark-skinned male had a green hoodie. Walking towards Canal Street now.
I'll be going off the credit union.
Okay, why don't you head to Canal Street? That's where the guy's walking.
Jerry, you got me. I have an overdose. Broadway now, I'm coming.
Okay, we'll send an ambulance, Broadway and Common, for an overdose. We got it?
Now that shows your communication with dispatch, correct?
Yes, sir.
So after you then got busy dealing with that incident, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then after, I believe you testified after you cleared that, you went to Central Bridge.
Yes, sir.
Was the other incident involving the persons with the fake check, bad check, or fraudulent check, were those individuals now no longer traveling by car? The incident had ended at the bridge?
It had ended. There was a vehicle crash to the left side of the bridge there on on Central Bridge.
Do you recall being? I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry. I'm trying to explain the area, but Central Bridge in South Canal. Yes.
Okay. Do you recall being interviewed by Daniel Bennett from CIC?
Yes.
Do you recall being asked if there was any discussion of an armed robbery?
Yes.
No. Do you recall saying to Daniel Bennett, someone or some of the guys believe it was an armed robbery?
Yes.
Do you remember commenting that you heard about it being an armed robbery on the dispatch radio?
Now that I heard it on the radio now, with all the commotion, it felt like it was an armed robbery. With all the
Okay.
commotion that was going on the radio.
And there was discussion at the scene about that, as to your best of your recollection?
Yes.
Have you in any way been disciplined for any of your involvement that day by the city?
No.
Have you been disciplined at any way by post for involvement that day?
No.
The next part would be in closed session.
Okay, we're going to close the session at this time for a brief period.
Invite me into a separate session, so if I could play a little with this.
We're good. All right, we're now back in open session. Any cross-examination, Mr. Hartnett?
Very limited.
Yep.
You mentioned earlier, you testified earlier that with all the commotion, it felt like there was an armed robbery. You remember saying that?
Yes.
Okay. And by commotion, do you mean the pursuit that was happening?
The commotion over the radio, was a lot of traffic on the radio.
A lot of traffic on the radio, and there was description of vehicles and whatnot, right?
Yes.
So that was the commotion related to Chief Castro's pursuit, right?
Yes.
Thank you. And you just asked a few questions about, I think you were asked some, well, let's take a step back. You were interviewed by Daniel Bennett, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that was part of an investigation he was conducting?
Yes.
And when you spoke to him, you were telling the truth, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember telling Daniel Bennett, when he asked you, if you recalled anything being said by the chief about the armed robbery, you said I think they did mention that. I think during the whole interaction, they may have mentioned that someone or some guys believed it was an armed robbery. Remember saying something like that?
Yes.
And then do you remember that Daniel Bennett then tried to gain clarification as to what you meant by that? Remember him asking follow-up on that?
Yes.
Okay, and then he asked you, hey, can you recall which one or which officers said something about there being an armed robbery? And you told him, no, I can't really remember. I know it was mentioned, but I don't remember, but I can't remember who was it in, but just can't remember who was it that said it now. So do you remember saying that?
Yeah, I just, like I said, there was so much commotion. We were talking about, radio traffic, all the units were dispatched to this area during the same time that I was on a medical call. So when we got to the scene, that first thing to my head was that what's going on, and there was a car that was crashing the scene. So I didn't have an idea exactly how everything played out. So that's why I couldn't answer exactly who was saying what.
And you said that given the commotion, you thought it might be an armed robbery, given the commotion, right?
Based on radio traffic, I didn't know exactly what was going on. Even though you get the radio transmission and you say it's a bad check at the beginning, after you have so many units engaged, things could have changed. And during that time, after the initial transmission, I was at the medical.
And the time when you think you may have heard some people who you can't remember talking about an armed robbery, that was after the incident was over, right?
After the crash, because when I got there, we were still looking for the guy that was on foot. Yeah.
But it was after that commotion you referred to.
After the traffic, the radio commotion, yes.
Okay. No further questions.
Can you redirect?
Nothing further.
All right. So officer, you're done. Thank you for appearing. Just remind you that you're subject to a sequestration order, which requires that you not speak to anybody about your testimony during the pendency of this case. All right?
Yes, sir. I understand.
All right. Thank you for attending. You're excused.
We're going.
Oh, sorry about that. Thanks.
This next witness appears to be, at least according to my schedule, has that changed about how long you think?
Howdy.
Sir.
Next
gone.
witness will be a little bit longer than was originally anticipated and is going to have probably some open and closed.
Right.
So it might be better if we.
All right, so Mr. Hooten, I think we're gonna take our break now. We've been going straight through here. So with apologies to you and to the other witnesses, we'll, is 45 minutes enough time for everybody?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So we'll restart it, let's say 1:45.
That's fine, Ron. I've told the next three witnesses were here. I've told them that I will call Miss Mahir about 1:30 to give her an exact time because I didn't know when it would be.
Yes.
So I'll tell her 1:45. Then I will. She's 15 minutes, so I'll tell Lieutenant Trombley 2.
Yeah, even if she goes more, I'd rather have him here. Yep, that would be great.
So okay, and then Mr. Castro is really 2:45. I should say 3.
Do you think you're gonna need an hour with Trombley?
Yes.
Okay, so yeah, yes, Phil Castro at 3 would be great.
Then Lillian Sanchez at 3:30.
That should be fine.
All right.
And then Randy Rodriguez at 4.
Deal?
I think that would work fine, Your Honor.
Okay. Yeah, so, and I just want to remind you, sir, make sure you mute the mic and turn off the video when we're in recess too.
Sure.
Okay, we're probably doing that here too, aren't we? Just to make sure something by accident doesn't get transmitted.
No problem.
Thanks a lot. All right, we'll see you back at, what did we say? 1:45.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, we can hear you now. We're recording. And this hearing is now back in session. We're in open session. And we have our next witness. And would you state your name, please?
Teresa Mejia,
And would you spell your last name?
Mejia.
Okay, and would you raise your right hand, please? And do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. I'm going to tell you that if any point during the time you're being questioned, you have some concerns about whether your responses are somehow confidential or should otherwise be heard in a closed session as opposed to open session, you let me know, okay?
Okay.
All right. And the reason is, I mean, there's an opportunity here in very limited circumstances for witnesses to be able to give testimony outside the public hearing that's happening now, which anybody in the world can listen to, and closed to only the participants in this case and people associated with the post-commission. Okay, just so you know, that's available to you if you think you should need that.
Okay.
All right, good.
Good afternoon, Ms. Mejia.
Good afternoon.
In February of 2024, where were you employed?
I'm sorry?
In February 2024, where were you employed?
At the Lawrence Police Department.
In what capacity?
Confidential secretary for the chief of police.
And which chief of police was that?
And William Castro.
Are you familiar with the events of February 2nd, 2024?
Meaning
Are you?
the
Can
car
you?
accident?
Yes. Can you recall that day?
Yes.
Were you working in the chief of police office that day?
Yes.
Do you recall what you were working on that morning?
Paperwork in the office, not necessarily anything in particular.
Okay, I'm going to ask them to put up a document, Exhibit 66, page 56, Castro 563. We're going to put on the screen a document that I would ask you to look at. And then once you've had a chance to look at it, I'll ask you some questions.
Okay.
Castro 563, please. Can you enlarge the print to see it? Is that possible? Ms. Mejia, there was a document just a moment ago that was on the screen. Did you see that?
Yes.
Were you able to read the content of that document at all?
It was
I'm not saying it was on there long enough for you to read the whole thing, but I'm asking you, were you able to read the writing? Is it large enough print for you to read on the screen?
yes.
All right, we're going to put it back on the screen, and then I'd ask you to look at it in more detail, and then I'll ask you a few questions. We can start with that. If you want to start there with that page, I can begin with that. Do you see the page in front of you now, Ms. Mejia?
Yes.
What do you recognize that as?
It's a grieving notice
From whom?
from the Superiors Association addressed to Chief Castro regarding Mike Simard.
Mike Smith, okay. And the next page, Castro 560, is the second page of that grievance, I believe, that we'll show that, display that in a moment. Do you see that page?
Yes.
Do you recognize that as the second page of the grievance?
Yes.
Does that help refresh your memory at all as to what you were working on February 2nd, 2024?
Working on regarding that grievance particular?
On regarding that grievance in the sense of any response that Chief Castro might have made or wanted you to make in response to that grievance?
Yes.
Okay. In what way does it refresh your memory? What do you recall?
That Chief Castro has sent me an email to respond to that grievance.
Okay, now we're going to display the email, Castro 563. Is at the email you were referencing.
Yes.
Now that's an email addressed from William Castro. It says from William Castro, correct?
Yes.
And it says to Teresa Mejia.
Yes.
Okay. Would you look at the date on the date line and state what the date is?
February 2nd,
And what is the time?
11:51
And is that morning or evening?
morning.
Okay. Now, to this email, are there any attachments listed?
Yes, it says two.
Two. And does it say there, Morris, grievance denial?
Yes.
Mike Samar, grievance denial?
Yes.
And then if you turn to page Castro 564 and 565, are those two pages, we're showing you page 564, now we're going to show you 565. Is that the response that was attached that Provisional Chief Castro wanted you to convey in his response denying the grievance?
It could be. I don't remember that far back.
Okay. And do you believe that by looking at the email itself on 563, he was asking you, he said in the email, please input accordingly. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you know what that meant for you to do? What he was asking to have accomplished?
If he was responding to the grievance, it will be transfer that document into his letterhead.
Okay, so the document we were just showing you, that was number 564 and 565. He wanted this document here, 564, 565, transferred to his letterhead and then
Yes.
sent on.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Not to send it, I will have to send it back to him and he will be the one forwarding the email.
Okay. But the decision he made to you, the communication of his decision was made at 11:51, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I would ask you to turn to exhibit 67. This is another grievance. Castro 589590. Now, do you see Castro 589-590? And do you recognize that?
Yes,
What is that?
it's another grievance, this one involving Maurice Aguilar.
Now, if we turn to page 593. Do you see that email?
Yes,
Is that also an email from William Castro to you, Teresa Mejia?
yes,
And it also contains 2 attachments?
yes,
And it talks about a Morris step-on grievance denial?
yes.
And that, what is the date on the date line?
February 2nd, 24,
And the time?
11:51 a.m.
Is that when the email was sent by William Castro to you indicating his decision denying the grievance?
Yes,
Did you say Morris Stefan?
Morris Aguilar.
Oh, I'm just looking at this thing. I'm looking at the email. Lawrence, I just don't see a reference to Aguilar. Maybe I'm missing it.
The last
You
on
see
the, where it says attachments, it says Morris. To the right half,
Yeah,
says Morris.
I know, I understand that.
Morris,
Is that his
it
first name?
says Maurice Lawrence.
That's Maurice Lawrence. That's right. It's what I'm reading.
Yes,
it says Maurice Lawrence PD, step 1 grievance denial.
Right, but you just asked about Aguilar. That's why I'm.
Maurice is Aguilar's first name. If you turn to page 5.
Oh, okay. That's all I need to know.
Okay.
Now I understand.
My apologies.
Thank you. No, don't apologize. Go ahead.
So you got Chief Castro's decision to have you input the denial for Maurice Aguilar's grievance at 11:51 on February 2nd, correct?
yes,
Now, we're going to turn to Exhibit 3. And I'm not sure if you have familiarity with all of these kinds of documents, but I'll just ask you to read a few things that are in the document itself, because the document is an exhibit. Do you see page Castro 014? What at the top of the page does this document say it is?
it's a call that gets transmitted to the police department through the CAD system. So it's an incident.
A CAD incident report?
Yes,
Okay. And what is the date listed as the incident?
February 2nd, 24.
And what is the business name that's listed? It's in the second grouping of writing.
Says Credit Bureau of Greater Lawrence.
And to the left there, it says location.
Yes, 14 Amesbury Street.
And at the center in the top, it lists a date and a time. Do you see the date there?
Yes, February 2nd, 24, 1409:04.
Do you know what 1409 is in terms of regular time?
2:04?
Okay, so is that before or after you were given the emails by Chief Castro?
Before.
Well, is this CAD report, is the 2 o'clock time before or after the time of the emails?
Is after.
Thank you. Turning to Exhibit 10, page Castro 031. It's the second page of Exhibit 10. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now I'm going to read the last line. This email references, if you look at the last 5 lines, references something that was sent yesterday at 16:13 hours. Do you see that?
Where is it? Okay. Yes.
Okay, and then the bottom sentence, I'm going to read the bottom sentence. This email was sent a short time after Chief Castro left the scene of the crash, knowing I was conducting an investigation, which makes me feel he's trying to intimidate me and influence the outcome of my investigation. Respectfully, Sergeant Mike Simard. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Now, is it correct that the emails you received from Chief Castro with his decision denying the grievances were well before this, when you received them?
Yes.
Now, did you inform Chief Castro at any time about issues or concerns you had with certain superior officers and one in particular?
What do you mean by that?
Well, what I mean is, did you have any discussions, and I don't want you to go into specific detail, I'm just looking at the moment for a yes or a no. Did you have discussions with Chief Castro about any issues regarding some of the superior officers? Concerns you
Yes.
had?
Yes.
Your Honor?
Are you about to ask her what those discussions are? Is that your?
I was going to ask and go in detail, and I believe we should go into closed session.
Well, do you have any concerns about publicly testifying to questions relating to those discussions?
Yes.
Counsel, are you advising her?
I'm not advising her at all. This is on her own.
Oh, okay.
I just don't want to do that in public.
All right. I just thought I heard you communicating with her and I wanted to understand the relationships here.
No,
No.
I haven't said a thing.
Okay, sorry. Do you have any objection to being closed session? All right. We're going to close this for this limited purpose. All right, we're back in session. We've returned to open session. Just advise the witness based on a ruling I made, we're not going to proceed in a closed session. Mr. Jacobs, you may ask your next question.
Yes, Ms. Mejia.
Yes.
Did I ask you any questions in the closed session?
No.
Did you answer any questions in the closed session?
No.
I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
All right, read your cross-examination.
He's going to ask me.
I just have one question for one topic to ask you about. Can you take a look at?
Yeah, I just think you need to speak.
Sorry.
Or bring the mic closer to you or something. I'm just having trouble hearing. I'm worried if they can hear.
Sure. Don't know the exhibit list. Give me 1 second. I think it's now 65, but anyways, it's Bates number ending in 564. 564.
You need to do it.
Ms. Mejia, it'd be right there. Ms. Mejia, do you see that writing in blue?
Yes,
It says provided by VDH on 2/1/24 at approximately 4:08. What is that? Whose handwriting is that?
I'm not sure
Okay. Do you know what that means?
that that company send that to whoever they send it to on that day at approximately that time.
Do you have any idea who VDH is?
It's the attorneys that we use they're located in Boston, Valerio. I don't know the names of the other ones. Isn't that?
I can't answer.
It's Valerio. Yeah.
Ms. Mejia, do you know when the actual grievance notices were sent out to the grievance?
And out to Simar, and I'm not sure because when I put that particular one on the letterhead, I guess I scanned it and sent it back to William Castro, and he will be the one sending it to whoever he was going to send it to.
And so the fact that he sent it to you at 11:51 a.m. does not mean that it went out to those individuals at 11:51 a.m., correct?
Yes.
No further questions.
Yes, Your Honor, 2 questions. Ms. Mejia, the note in the blue provided by VDH, when was it provided by VDH? What's the date?
The date, February 1st of 24.
The day before this email that we're talking about, correct?
Yes.
And the email that Provisional Chief Castro sent you on February 2nd, 11:51, that contained the fact that he'd already made his decision to deny the grievance and wanted you to process that. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that decision been made before he emailed you the decision itself at 11:51 in the morning, correct?
I'm not sure because when I got the email with the 2 attachments, my job was to put those 2 attachments on letterhead and send it back to him.
Correct. And that email was sent to you with his denial at 11:51. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, no further questions, Your Honor.
Nothing further. All right. So we can put down. So I'm going to excuse you, Ms. Mejia. I just remind you that you're subject to a sequestration order, which means that you cannot discuss your testimony with anybody else, particularly not other witnesses, but with any other person other than perhaps your lawyer while these proceedings are ongoing. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Your Honor,
Yes.
Rodriguez can be sent home. We will not call him today.
You'll not be calling him anytime.
That is correct. That's my apologies, Your Honor. We will not be calling.
All right. When Mr. Hooden gets back, I'll let him know that.
Okay, just we're trying to streamline as much as we possibly can to help the time.
Thank you.
Take the big chair.
Oh, the big chair.
All right, thank you. Mr. Hooden, before we start, the parties have decided to excuse Mr. Rodriguez. So if he's there and you want to let him know he doesn't have to appear.
Yes. Okay, I'll let him know he is not here at this time.
I did not text Phil Castro.
Okay, we'll do that in a second.
All right, sir, we have our next witness. Would you state your name, please?
Carlton Trombley.
Okay, and Mr. Trombley, please spell your last name.
Trombley.
And would you raise your right hand, please? In the matter now in hearing, do you swear or affirm that you will tell the truth and understanding that you'll be subject to the pains and penalties of perjuries if you fail to do so?
I do.
All right, thank you. Mr. Jacobs.
Good afternoon, Lieutenant Trombley.
Good afternoon.
Where do you currently work?
The Lawrence Police Department,
When did you start your employment with the Lawrence Police Department?
1999.
And could you describe what you started, where you started, and in general, I don't mean specifically, but in general, your advancement from patrolman, which I presume is where you started in 1999, is that correct?
Yes.
To your present rank of lieutenant?
Okay. So I went to the academy in June of 1999. I graduated the academy in November of 1999. Started off in patrol. At some point in time in the next couple of years, I was in community policing. I was promoted to sergeant in 2008, 2009. Put back to midnights on patrol as a sergeant. Was demoted when they had the layoffs in 2010. Brought back again when the layoffs were over, and they brought back all the officials that got laid off. And then in 2022, February 2022, I was promoted to lieutenant, and I was on the early night shift. And then, I'm sorry, January of 2022, yes, I was promoted, put on the early night shift, and then I was on the day shift a year later. Now I am in detectives.
Are you familiar with the events of February 2nd, 2024?
Yes, I am.
Were you on duty that day?
I was.
What was your duty assignment?
I was the officer in charge of the patrol division from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m.
And where were you that day?
I would have been working out of the OIC office for the portion of that time, yes.
What does OIC entail?
It entails a lot of things. You're basically running the shift, make sure the detail is set in the morning, doing roll call.
What does OIC stand for? Let's start with that.
Officer in charge.
Okay. And then what does it entail?
It entails running the shift, making sure that you have the right manpower before the shift starts, manning the phone for anybody that's asking for a supervisor, talking to other departments that need something, that contact you, working with the other divisions like detectives and community policing. If something should arise that needs both of our attentions, going in and monitoring dispatch at different times, the booking room if we should get prisoners in. You want me to keep going?
Well, it gives me a general idea. Now, on drawing your attention to February 2nd, can we play video from 124-107, starting at about 12:52?
Just repeat the video.
Do we have the number again? I'm sorry.
202-402-124-107.
You said 12:52.
12:52, correct.
Follow the bottom middle.
Pardon me?
Bottom middle timestamp again?
Yes.
All right.
the tracking stamp in the center bottom. It's 12:53, I think. Yeah.
You can start.
He runs 12:52, right? Oh, okay. Is that okay to start there?
Yes.
Okay.
You see the video, Lieutenant Trombley?
I do.
Okay, who is that?
That is me.
And you're going into a storage closet?
I am.
Now that's your sidearm on your right hip?
It is.
Do you have a radio on anywhere?
From that angle, no, I don't believe I do.
Well, we can play it back to show you coming straight out of the left office there where those two gentlemen are is the OIC office?
That is.
Who is that gentleman right there with his arm on the counter?
That's Sergeant Pangiatakis.
Keep an eye on you. And who's that coming out of OIC?
That is Sergeant Samad.
And he's walking in the direction which would potentially be toward dispatch?
Dispatch and or the report room and or the bathroom and or the offices off of the report room.
Okay. Keep watching yourself so that when you change position, you're able to see so that you can answer the question. That's Sergeant Samard?
It is.
And Pangiatakis at the counter?
It is. I can concede that I have no radio on.
Okay, there's a front vision. Okay. Can we play the video from 202-402-02 140326? Starting
0326.
140326, starting at about 1408. While they're getting the video queued up, let me ask you a few questions. Are you familiar with the motor vehicle pursuit policy?
I am.
Okay. Have you read that policy?
I have.
Did you sign off on that policy?
I did.
Why do you sign off on policies?
As a, well, for lack of better terminology, is proof that we read it.
And what if you don't sign off on it? What if an officer hasn't signed off?
That means that they either didn't read it or wasn't issued to them, or they never saw it, I guess.
So is it a form of knowing that the officer is asserting by signing off that he has had the opportunity to read and know, and that that's what he's acknowledging by his sign off, that he's had the opportunity and has indeed read it and familiarized himself with whatever the policy is?
Yes.
Are you familiar with what the procedure is to sign off?
We sign off in PMAM, which is a program. It's assigned to us by Lieutenant Razzo, who's in charge of accreditation and policies and procedures. When it gets assigned to us, we click on the link to PMAM. We click on the
policy or procedure that has been assigned at that point in time. We have to scroll through it and read it, and then once we get to the bottom of it, we're able to click on it, and it states that we've officially read it.
Do you have an idea approximately how many policies and procedures a new patrolman has to sign off on?
Yeah, it's in the ballpark of 50. Lieutenant Raza would definitely have a better idea of the exact number.
How long does that patrolman have to do that?
Well, we have an admin week when they're in the FTO program, and we give them several policies that are important in the beginning during that week. They have time to do it during that time, and then they can do it while they're at home between shifts as well.
So is there a length of time that they're expected to have accomplished all of the policies in general?
To my knowledge, a length of time? No, I don't have a specific length of time. I don't assign them the policies, so.
Understood. Are we ready with the video? Okay, we're going to play a video. Would ask you to watch that as we go through it. It's starting at 14. Where are we at 03? I think we can start at 08 if you want to go cue it up to that. And then just identify as the video plays what you're seeing and who you're seeing. Who is that who's just passing?
That was Sergeant Samad was heading in the direction of the same as before. Dispatch, bathroom, report room.
Who is up at the upper right?
I don't know. It looks like Officer Randy Rodriguez is talking to maybe not Randy Rodriguez. I can't tell. I'd have to see his face, but he's talking to whoever was at the front desk. Okay. That's me. I just stepped out.
You have a manila envelope in your arm.
Yes.
Do you know where you're headed?
I believe I'm heading to Annette Messina's office, payroll clerk. I believe.
Okay. You also, at that point, don't have your radio on, correct?
I do not. I don't know who that officer was. He was bald. For the record, that looks like Officer Phil Castro at the front desk.
Okay.
That's one of the clerks. That's one of the clerks from the area that the payroll clerk works in. The trailers, sorry, for lack of a better term. I could see Sergeant Samad in the office.
In the OIC office?
Yes.
That's on the upper left, correct?
Yes.
If you want, you can try to speed it up to 1412. Who's there now?
That's me. That's Officer Noonan, Officer Castro. We're right outside the dispatch room.
Do you know where you were headed?
Again, I know when I left the office, my intention was to go see the payroll clerk about something. So maybe I tried already one time and was waiting for her to get back in the office.
We're 1412 now, correct?
And we are 14-12-43.
Okay.
There's Sergeant Pandyatakis again. There's Officer Noonan again. Officer Castro. That's me, walking back into the OIC office.
Where are you going now? Stop that. Just play it back just a tiny bit. Who is that now?
That's Sergeant Samad.
And he's looking on his phone, correct?
It appears to be a phone. Yeah.
Do you know where he's going?
No, I don't know where he's going, no.
No. This is at 14.
Yes.
1402.
Mhm.
No. Can we run it back just a little bit to 1412? That's you at the counter, correct?
That's correct.
Now do you know where you went at that moment in time, 1412?
No, I do not know exactly where I went at that moment in time. I don't have it in my memory, the exact times. I could have gone into dispatch there. I could have gone to the report room. I could have gone to the trailer. My intention at one point in time was to leave the office and go to the trailer. If something delayed me at any point in time, like an officer asking about a report, I don't recall.
Okay, now we can stop the tape. Looking at Exhibit 3. Castro 014 on Exhibit 3. I don't. Now this is what? Lieutenant, are you familiar with this document?
Yeah, it was a CAD incident.
And what does it say for the business name related to this CAD incident?
Credit Bureau of Greater Lawrence, 14 Amesbury Street.
Pardon me?
14 Amesbury Street.
And is this the basis of the incident that occurred on February 2nd, 2024?
I believe so.
Pardon me?
Yes.
Okay, and do you look at the incident date and time?
Mm-hmm.
This started at 14:09:04, according to the CAD report.
Okay.
Now, we just displayed the video for a good portion of time through this and after this period of time, correct?
Say that again.
We went through some videos of inside the station that went through to 14, I believe 13.
Yes.
You recall the videos that we just looked at?
Yes.
I think we went up almost to 14:14.
Uh-huh.
Go ahead.
Yes, I said yes, we did.
I'm sorry, I don't know whether you were going to answer something further. Now, you were in the station. According to the CAD, this incident has started with the call that came in at 14:09. Correct?
Yes,
Okay. And you're in the station, you're the OIC officer in charge, correct?
I am.
You have no radio on, and from your view of your walking around the station, you don't appear to be involved in anything related to this incident that occurred at 14 Amesbury Street. Is that correct?
I'm not involved with it at all. No.
You're not involved in any way. Now, do you recall whether you were in dispatch at all during this time?
I don't recall during that time. No, I recall going back to dispatch after hearing some radio chatter.
How did you hear the radio chatter if you don't have a radio on?
When I was in the trailer making my way to the payroll clerk, I heard some chatter on the radio, which made me turn around and start to head back towards dispatch, thinking that there was something going on in regards to a pursuit, foot pursuit, something to that effect.
Okay, now I'm going to ask you to turn to Exhibit 8, please.
Okay.
At some point, you're the OIC for the day shift, correct?
Yes,
Okay, and this incident, February 2nd, occurred during the day shift hours. Is that correct?
it did.
Okay. Now, you were in the police station, you were nearby dispatch, but we see on the video you're walking back and forth, but you don't have your radio on, and you're not involved, from your recollection, in the incident until the end of the incident when you hear something in the trailer on someone else's radio. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, my understanding is, let me ask a question. Did you review all the officers' reports related to this February 2nd, 2024 incident?
I definitely looked at all the reports. I don't know if I'm the one who actually signed off on all of them, but I definitely looked at.
I understand that signed off or approved and looked at are very different terms.
Yes.
So my question was more, the words were more precisely chosen. Had you read all the reports, not approved them, not signed off on them, but read them?
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you see Exhibit 8?
That's what's up right now. Yes. My
Correct.
My blue team. Yes.
That is what is on the screen right now. That is Exhibit 8.
Yeah.
And it is a vehicle pursuit report, which you just described as a blue team's report.
I did. Yes.
And it says entered by Lieutenant Carlton Trombley. That's you, correct?
Yes.
And the date received was February 2nd. Is that correct?
Date and time of occurrence was February 2nd.
Correct.
Date and time entered was one day later.
That is correct. February 3rd at 14:05.
Yes.
Now, can you explain why it wasn't entered on February 2nd?
Yes, I can. It was because I asked the acting chief of police, William Castro, if I could do it after he was done his use of force report.
His use of force report?
Yes, his report in regards to the incident where he was chasing or going after or locating the suspects.
Okay, let me try to parse this so that we're very clear. Are you saying that Mr. Castro filled out a use of force report, or are you saying that Mr. Castro filled out an incident report?
They would be one and the same in this case. The point is that he needed to fill out a report so that I could deem whether or not I needed to do a blue team, and I had needed all the facts. I would have done it before the end of shift, but he wasn't done his report at that point in time. So I went and asked him permission to do it the next day after I saw his report. And he said, yes.
Okay. Are you saying to me that it's your understanding that Provisional Chief Castro had not written his report until the next day?
No, he had not finished his report at the end of my shift, which was 5 o'clock.
Okay. Now, the report that Mr. Castro filled out is labeled a supplementary report, and it was approved by Captain Guerrero. And that was done on February 2nd at so you were delayed because you were looking to see the reports, and by the time the end of your shift, you hadn't seen them all. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, now, looking at the summary on this report, now, Exhibit 8 is a Blue Team's report. It's not an incident report. It is a Blue Team's report, correct?
That is my Blue Team's report, yeah.
Okay. Now, is this a standard format for a Blue Team's report?
Yes.
Can you explain to me what a Blue Team's report is?
Yeah, we do them for numerous scenarios. If an officer is on scene and uses force, the highest level of force that was used, that officer would do a Blue Team report, and then it would be reviewed by his supervisor, which could be me, and then it is either an approved use of force or not approved use of force at that point, and then it's either sent on to internal affairs or not. There's also the pursuit policy, which has the OIC of the shift, which that day was me, doing a Blue Team report for any chase, pursuit, regardless of whether it was an approved pursuit or not approved pursuit, even if it was halted by a supervisor in the middle of it. Either way, the OIC would do a Blue Team report for that pursuit.
So just so I'm clear, the phrase Blue Teams is just a phrase that you attach to a report filled out for a variety of reasons, one being use of force, another being a motor vehicle pursuit?
Blue Teams is its own entity. It's a program. So
Okay.
it's set up that we punch in the information from an incident that happened. It's not the same as our QED reports in regards to that. It doesn't go to court. It is just an in-house system to keep track of things like use of force, pursuits, and things like that, or complaints against officers.
When you say complaints against officers, what do you mean?
Well, if someone from the outside came in and made a complaint against one of the officers underneath my tutelage, so to speak, I would then turn around and have to do a Blue Team, letting internal affairs know whether or not I found it a viable complaint or not, and if it raised to the level of having to be looked at by internal affairs, then I would send it off to internal affairs.
So if a pursuit occurs, a supervising officer fills out a Blue Teams report, is that correct?
The OIC fills out a Blue Teams report if there's a pursuit.
Okay, now if a citizen comes in and complains, you said that generates a Blue Teams report?
It could, yes.
Okay, now I'm going to ask you, when you say it could, what do you mean? What determines whether it does or does not?
Well, I mean, you'd have to talk to the civilian first. If the civilian said they want to make a complaint and then they get inside and they say, I really don't want to make a complaint, I just wanted to complain about the fact that I was pulled over at an intersection, and then that wouldn't be that wouldn't be a blue team because you'd be questioning them as to why they got pulled over or what their complaint was. If they said that there was a problem with the lights and they didn't feel they should be pulled over, that's not an officer issue. That's not a blue team. That's a city issue or a DPW issue. You
So
understand?
the citizen, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, it's all right. Go ahead.
So to get and to generate a blue team's report, it would have to be a complaint against the officer related to the officer's conduct or behavior with that citizen?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so not that the citizen got pulled over and he's saying, but I didn't do it, it was the light. It has to be something the officer did that the citizen's complaining of.
Yes.
Who fills out the blue team's report for a citizen complaint?
It could be any supervisor.
Any supervisor?
Yes.
Grounds?
Has nothing to do with anything. Relevance, sorry.
Okay. That's the better way to put it. Sustain.
A use of force report. You testified a moment ago about an officer. Would the officer be required to fill it out or a supervisor?
In the use of force scenario, the highest level of force used, whichever officer that was, would fill out a blue team. And then it would get submitted to the...
Officer, Lieutenant, I'm going to interrupt. Is this a use of force report?
We're going to get into...
I'm asking, is this one and
This is
that
a
we're talking,
pursuit
I'm asking the...
Oh, I'm sorry. I
Lieutenant,
thought you were asking me.
is this a use of force report?
No, I guess it could be considered a use of force report. A pursuit would be a use of force. So
That's what I'm asking. Is it
but
part of
it's
that
got
category?
yeah, it's got its own entity in the sense that we handle it differently who does it because the pursuit is different than another use of force. But a pursuit is a use of force. So
Okay. Go ahead. Thank you.
Now, looking at your summary on this blue team's report, that's Exhibit 8, you have that up in the screen, correct?
yes, I can see it.
Now, you're talking about what occurred at 2/2/24 at 4:09 hours. 14:09 hours. You see that?
Yeah, yes, that's when the call came in. Yeah.
Okay. And we went over the video from 14:09 to 14:13 or 14:14. Now, you indicate that there was a crime at the credit union.
Yes.
And the chief initiated lights and observed pursued suspect vehicle and called in location and direction. And several other units were behind the chief and located the suspect, correct?
Yes.
And you indicate in the blue teams, it lasted 1 minute, but the weather condition was clear, it was less than a mile.
For the sake of argument, that duration in minutes is not specific because it goes in a whole minute. So it could have been less than a minute. It could have been 1 minute and 10 seconds, but it was, it rounds in a direction is what I'm trying to say.
Understood. Now, at the bottom on page Castro 024.
Yeah.
You say the involved officer in the pursuit was William Castro. Correct?
Involved officers, Chief William Castro, yes.
Chief William Castro. No.
Yeah.
You have not listed any other officers as being involved in the pursuit, correct?
I did not, no.
But you say in your summary, several marked units fell in behind the chief.
Yes, I did.
Were those cars involved in a pursuit?
They were involved in backing up Acting Chief Castro, yes.
So were they participants in the pursuit?
I guess they were participants in this pursuit.
Okay. Why was a blue team's report filled out for this pursuit? Is it just because it was a pursuit? That's no other reason?
Yes, because I filled it out for the person who initiated the pursuit. It was because, yes, there was a pursuit. I was mandated to fill out the pursuit.
Whether a pursuit is a good pursuit or not a good pursuit, you still fill out a blue team's.
Yes, if it's a pursuit at all, yes.
No. Why did you not list the other officers involved in the pursuit?
Because I was only filling it out for who initiated the pursuit.
Why were you filling it out only for the officer who initiated the pursuit and not the other officers?
Because that is how I understand the policy, is to fill it out for the officer that initiated the pursuit, that was involved in the. Go ahead.
What is the purpose of filling out a pursuit report from the standpoint of the department? What are you trying to accomplish by filling out a blue team's pursuit report?
Filling it out because that's what the policy says to do for a blue team report. It's
What about officers who go the wrong way on a one-way street in a pursuit? Would you fill out a blue team's report?
Yeah. First off, I would assume that their reports would be added to the mix. It's probably why I didn't put their names on it. On the blue team.
I guess that's my question. Why didn't you add their names? Why was Chief Castro's name the only one rather than officers who went the wrong way on a one-way street?
I was only doing a blue team report for the initiation of the pursuit itself.
Can you?
That's how I've done it other times. So to my recollection, I only put the name of the person involved in the initial pursuit.
So if you want to know whether officers are conducting pursuits that might be dangerous as a matter of record keeping or as a matter of oversight, if you only put one name down, you omit all the collection of information about what other officers are doing during a pursuit.
No, because bringing the blue team pursuit to the attention of internal affairs, I said to look to see if there's any violations of policies for the whole report, for the whole thing, not just for William Castro.
Well, where in this blue team's report, 023, 024, does it say that any of the other officers, Avalis, Smart, went the wrong way on a one-way street?
Well, can I finish? Yes. I wrote, after reviewing the video and reading the reports, I am forwarding this incident to IA for investigation into any policy violations by those involved. That anybody who's going to be looking into it would be looking at all the reports and all the video, and they can ascertain whether or not there was anybody in violation of anything at any point in time.
Is there a separate written policy by the Lawrence Police Department on blue teams reports?
Yes.
Separate policy?
Yes.
It tells you what to do for blue teams?
Yes.
Okay. Is what to do for a pursuit listed in the pursuit policy?
Yes, it's that the OIC writes a blue team in regards to the pursuit.
When you submitted this report to IA, it doesn't say here it says you forwarded this incident to IA to investigate. What was attached to this blue team's report? Was anything attached? Let me ask you that first.
Honestly, I don't recall if I have any reports attached to it.
Can you look at pages 023, 024, and 025 and show me where it indicates whether anything was or was not attached to it? We'll display each of the 3 pages.
Make sure you give them time to look.
Yeah, I have the original report number on there.
Would you refer me to?
24,690 is the report number, which I believe is the incident report number for the whole incident from 14 Amesbury Street. I don't see anything on there that shows attachments, sir. I apologize.
No, that's all right.
Do you need to see the rest of it, or you're satisfied it's not
No,
there?
I mean, if you go to page 3, I haven't seen that one yet. I apologize, but no attachments. No, so I gave the log number so that whoever was looking over it, internal affairs, would be able to get the log number and to look at all the reports. But I don't attach video. I wasn't attaching anything to it. I was just, it's a blue team to let them know that this should be looked into.
And you feel let me ask you this. What tells you, can we play the 3 audio? Here.
Water. I'm good right now. Thank you.
Hoodie. Hoodie. 21, 29, a male with a green hoodie trying to pass a bad check at the credit union, 14 Amesbury Street. 21, 29, or if anybody else closer.
He walked out. 21 receives.
It was a fake check. He's walking down Methuen Street with a green hoodie. Anybody close to Methuen Street? Dark-skinned male, all green, on Methuen Street. Okay, he just took off the hoodie.
You're looking for all 3?
Yeah.
Walking towards Hampshire Street. He's in the parking lot now, behind TD. Should be. Dark-skinned male, had a green hoodie. Walking towards Canal Street now.
I'll be going off the credit union.
why don't you head to Canal Street? That's where the guy's walking.
Jerry, you got me. I have an overdose. Broadway now, I'm coming.
Okay, we'll send an ambulance, Broadway and Common for an overdose. We got it?
479's approaching Canal Street. By where, Gary?
Right here, right here. Go on this car. Go out on this guy right here.
Okay. 479 location, please.
Hey, there's a car taking off. It's out. Black Mercedes Benz on the middle bridge with North Carolina plates. 4 doors.
Okay, a black Mercedes with North Carolina plates heading on the Central Bridge.
Coming up to Merrimack.
Approaching Merrimack, 411's behind them.
They're bailing out South Canal under the bridge with homeless. Two males, black. One has a green sweatshirt with a number 7 behind it.
411, call it out.
One just went under the bridge by the homeless. The other one is by the Simpsons brothers.
You heard those audios, Pen Trombley.
I did, sir.
Now, you heard Smart's car and Sandoval's car, correct?
I did.
And you heard Castro's car.
I did.
So all 3 of them are involved in Canal Street, Merrimack Street, trying to find this particular suspect or suspects, correct?
That's correct.
And you read all the reports, right?
I did.
So you're aware that 2 of the officers drove the wrong way on a one-way street, correct?
I was, yes.
You are.
I am, yes.
You are, right. And no reports, blue teams, have been written by you about them, but you wrote one about Chief Castro.
Yes, I wrote one blue team for the pursuit.
Okay, you want one blue team for the pursuit, that's fine, but then when it says involved officers, plural, you only list one officer, the provisional chief. You don't
Yes,
list. You don't
That's
list
correct.
the other involved officers.
No, I do not.
Now, does drawing a weapon require a blue team's report?
Yes, if it's pointed at a suspect, yes. Or pointed at anyone, yes.
Point at anyone. Now, how would you know if it's been pointed at someone?
How would who know? How would I know?
How would
Or
you know?
how would the officer that's pointing it know?
Well, the officer's pointing it, I assume would know where he pointed his weapon. But if you read a report, how would you know from the report if an officer drove his weapon but didn't specify where he pointed the barrel to, whether that required a blue team's report or not?
I would probably ask him if I was the one approving the report.
Okay, let's look to Sergeant Samard's report, Exhibit 13. And we'll turn to Castro 044, please. Do you see that, Lieutenant?
I can see it, yeah. What do you want me to read?
Now, under the narrative, You see the section narrative at the bottom?
Yeah,
Third lines, and I'm going to read, it says, I then observed the male matching the description entering the CRV and ran over to the vehicle in full uniform with my firearm drawn. No, I can't tell from that report whether he was pointing it at the suspect because he was concerned for his own safety, because he didn't know if that suspect was armed or not, because there's been an incident at the credit union, and there was no information. You heard nothing on the audio saying whether he was or wasn't armed, correct?
Objection.
Did you hear anything on the audio asserting whether or not this alleged suspect was armed or not?
So you
I did
can
not.
answer that question, right? You asked a lot of questions there in one sentence.
I will repeat and go slowly and try not to be compound. When you listened to the 3 audios, correct?
I did.
Did you, and we just played them just now, correct?
That is correct.
Do you recall, and if you need them replayed, we'll replay them. Do you recall hearing anything about whether the alleged suspect that dispatch Gary Yancey is talking about was or was not armed?
No, I did not. No, I did not.
So an officer who sees that someone is committing a crime at a bank or credit union is not sure whether that suspect is armed or not, correct?
No, I suppose they're not.
Okay. Now, this is Sergeant Samard's report, correct?
That's correct.
Now, if we could go to the very bottom of that page, just the teeny bottom. Who's the approving officer?
Me.
Okay, so that report says, ran over to the vehicle in full uniform with my firearm drawn. Now, I just asked you a question earlier, and you indicated that a blue team's report would be required to be filed with use of a firearm, correct? In certain circumstances.
Yes.
And I believe you said if he's pointed it at someone, the blue team's report has to be filed.
That's correct.
So presumptively, let me ask you this question. If the officer draws his weapon but points it to the ground just so it's at the ready, that's an officer exercising safety for himself. That would not require a blue team's.
It would not.
If he comes up to the side of the car and talks to the driver and the driver is calm, collected, no quick movements, and he doesn't have any fear, he might reholster his weapon because he's now satisfied he's in a safe environment. Is that fair to say? Okay.
That's fair to say.
Now, here you have a pursuit of someone who is presumptively, according to dispatch, committed a crime in a bank or credit union and then is trying to evade police officers. Is that correct from what you heard on dispatch?
That's correct.
And Sergeant Samard is approaching with his firearm drawn. I believe you testified, well, you would, if you approved that report, you would have to find out whether he pointed that firearm at an individual, at the suspect or not, to determine whether it was appropriate to fill out a blue team's report.
Yeah, I would probably ask the officer, what do you mean by drawn? Do you mean that you were pointing it at someone, or do you mean that you were pointing it at the ground? In a
Did
low
you
ready
do
position?
that? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
In a low ready position. Sorry.
Okay. So if it's in a low ready, pointed to the ground, you would say, okay, no problem, no blue team's report needed, correct?
Correct.
Did you question Sergeant Samard?
I do not recall whether or not I questioned him. I'm not going to guess.
Don't want you to guess. Then.
Nope. So I do not recall that conversation happening. I do not recall it.
And you have no documentation of that?
No, it would have been a verbal conversation. He either would have said, I pointed it at him, or I pointed it at the ground. He would have said one or the other, and we would have gone from there. Obviously, I approved it as is, so.
Would you have, as approving officer, have said to Sergeant Samard, if you had noticed that, and I'm not saying you did or didn't notice it, I don't know, because you're not recalling whether you had a conversation with him.
No.
Would you more likely than not, if you had spoken to him, suggested that he amend his report to clarify what he had done with his weapon?
Yes. If we had if he had stated that I guess I have to hear your question the way you want, what the answer is you're actually looking for as far as, I don't want to, can you ask the question again so I don't?
I'd be happy to repeat it. There is no answer I'm looking for.
No, I
I'm just-
understand.
I'm just looking for information. I'm not trying to trip you up.
No, I
So-
get it.
Your testimony, as I understand it, and I may mishear, that's why I'm repeating it, was that you don't recall whether you had a discussion with Sergeant Simard about his weapon being drawn on that day.
I do not recall, no.
And my question to you was, if you had looked, and do you recall whether you noticed when you approved his report? Does it stand out in your memory whether you noticed that he had written down, he ran over to the vehicle in full uniform with my firearm drawn? Do you recall that you had even read that sentence when you approved his report?
I definitely read that sentence, otherwise I wouldn't approve the report. So if the conversation happened, which I would assume it did, he gave me the right answer. That's all I can say.
Okay, now, if he gave you a right answer, I'm assuming this would be that the gun was in the ready position, pointed down. Would you more likely than not have suggested that he modify his report to make it clear that the gun was in the ready position, not pointed at the suspect?
No, not necessarily. I mean, Sergeant Samad's been on the job for 30-something years. I read it and I just wanted to make sure that he didn't need to do a blue team. If he said to me he didn't need to do a blue team, then it is what it is. The firearm was drawn but not pointed at anybody.
Well, isn't the reality that when we look almost 2 years later and we don't have clarification, no report written by you and no clarification in his report, we're left not knowing what he did that day?
I guess only Sergeant Samad and whoever was there knows then, because as far as I'm concerned, I approved that report based off of what I knew and that he didn't need to do a blue team.
Did any of the officer reports of the incident write down in their reports about Sergeant Samard having his gun drawn as part of their reports?
I have no idea. I'd have to look at all the reports. I didn't know I had homework to do. So if I could look at all the reports, I could tell you.
Now, before you wrote your blue team's report, which is Exhibit 8 that we were looking at, had you spoken, you indicated that you reviewed the video and you read the reports. Where were you when you reviewed the video?
I don't know. I probably reviewed the video numerous times. I probably reviewed it on the large screen in the OIC office. I probably reviewed it on the desktop computer, and for all I know, I could have gone into dispatch at one point in time and they had the video up.
Do you recall that after the incident occurred and Samard returned from the site, Canal Street, that you and Sergeant Samard were in the dispatch office looking at the videos?
Can I recall? Not necessarily, but it sounds sounds probable that I was looking at the video at that point in time. Yes.
Do you have a recollection of you and Sergeant Samard together doing that?
I have a recollection of me and Sergeant Samad in the office after, but I mean, it was the OIC office and he's the supervisor of patrol and I was the OIC. So I know he came back. I know we talked. I know I was looking at the video at different points in time. What exactly we were talking about, I don't really recall.
Yeah. Did you speak to anyone other than Sergeant Samard before you wrote your blue team's report?
I mean, I wrote it 24 hours after. I spoke to numerous people. I spoke to Chief Castro at the time that afternoon. Before, obviously, we already discussed that before when he gave him permission to not do the blue team. I spoke to Sergeant Samad. I don't recall any of the conversations specifically.
Did you speak with Captain Guerrero?
I don't recall speaking to Captain Guerrero, but it could have happened.
Did Captain Guerrero speak to you on Saturday, February 3rd?
He may have. I don't recall the conversation.
Do you recall Captain Guerrero directing you to contact Officer Smart to have him review and correct his report?
I don't recall it.
Oh. Chief Castro wrote a report, correct?
He did.
And that report was reviewed by Captain Guerrero. That's Exhibit 14. You see that?
I can see it, yes.
Now you see the portion where on page 047, which is the one up there on the screen,
Yes.
indicates not knowing if the incident was a bank robbery.
Yes, I read that.
And then on 049, third page of his report, top line, I perceived the operator and his passengers being involved in bank robbery. Now,
Yes.
you were in the station during the time all this was transpiring. We just saw your video, correct?
That's correct.
You were not in Chief Castro's cruiser with him.
I was not.
Are you aware whether he has a mounted radio in his former city assigned Tahoe?
No, he did. I don't know. He does. I don't believe he did, but I don't know for sure.
Okay. Are you aware whether he had to use a portable radio?
I mean, he would have a portable radio, so yes.
Do you know what or parts of that audio? You listened to 3 sections of the audio today, correct?
That's correct.
And I believe you testified that you didn't have your radio on, so you didn't hear that audio contemporaneously until you heard some bits and pieces at the very end when you were in the trailer from someone else's radio, correct?
That's correct.
So do you have any knowledge what Provisional Chief Castro heard of the audio that we heard that is the dispatch audio? That's the audio that exists. That's what took place that day. Do you know when his radio was on or not on? And what he heard or didn't? Okay.
I do not.
As you sit here today, can you state that there's and factually support a statement that Provisional Chief Castro was not truthful in his report? Do you have any factual basis to say that he was not truthful in that report?
In the written report? No.
Written
No.
report. Okay.
No.
Thank you. Now, turning to Exhibit 15. This is, wait till you get that up. Exhibit 15, Lieutenant, is an email. You can see from the top of it And this is not, again, I'm not trying to trick you with anything. This is an email from Paul Rossi to Mayor DePina's development email, an incorrect email. He was trying to send it to Mayor DePina's personal email, to Timothy Houghton, the city attorney, Octavian Spavak, the mayor's senior advisor, Kevin Foley, an assistant city attorney, Scott Suzabak, who was a former personnel director. Do you see that?
I do.
And this was sent February 7th of 2024. This is about 5 days after the incident.
Okay.
And they're attached a variety of LPD reports. And as you indicated, they cite a certain number, 24000690, and then there are some subsections from that. Do you see that?
I do.
And he talks about informing the mayor and the city attorney about allegations from a pursuit by Acting Chief Castro. And he says that on the 5th, he was contacted by several people, Patrol Division Commander, which would be Captain Guerrero, the Lieutenant, which I believe would be you, and the Sergeant of the Day Shift Patrol, which would be Sergeant Samard. Does that sound accurate from your knowledge of who was on?
Yes.
And it says the day shift OIC, Lieutenant Trombley was required to do a blue team motor vehicle pursuit report for the incident. That's the blue team we just went through, correct?
That's correct.
And it's your position that you didn't need to name all the officers, under involved officers, plural, listing all the ones involved in the pursuit. You just need to name the one officer, Provisional Chief Castro.
That's
No.
correct.
It says here, Lieutenant Trombley and Sergeant Samard both watched the city camera video of part of the incident. Both believe Chief Castro involved in a vehicle pursuit, which would not be allowed under the policy. And then looked at city cameras, private cameras, and 911 call. Do you know where you and Sergeant Samard were doing this?
Watching the video?
No, that's third paragraph, what all that Lieutenant Rossi is relating.
You want to re-ask the question?
Okay. If you look at the third paragraph.
Yes.
It begins with Lieutenant Trombley and Sergeant Samard.
Okay, that's not on the screen. There it is.
Okay.
Okay.
That's why you ask a question if you don't see it, because we're not here to trick you. You see the paragraph, Lieutenant Trombley and Sergeant Samard.
Yes.
This is an email from Rossi. This is not your email. It's from Rossi to the city attorney and Mayor DePina plus some other people.
Yes.
And he's relating that you and Sergeant Samard both did certain things. Would you read that paragraph, please, and see what he's asserting?
Lieutenant Trombley and Sergeant Samad both watched the city camera video of part of the incident, and they both believed Acting Chief Castro was involved in a vehicle pursuit, which would not be allowed under the current Lawrence Police Department pursuit policy. I was able to download 2 city camera videos, no audio at Amesbury Street and Canal Street, Amesbury Street Bridge, and 2 private videos, VPT components. One of the city cameras faces Amesbury Street and Canal Street, and the other is directed towards the Central Bridge PTZ camera. One of the private videos is from the Methuen Street side facing eastbound towards the credit union. The other is from Canal Street towards the Central Bridge, near where the suspect drove over the sidewalk. I also saved the initial 911 call made by the NESC Federal Credit Union and the radio transmissions from the incident.
Okay. Now, do you recall doing the things that Lieutenant Rossi suggests that you and Sergeant Samard did?
That Lieutenant Trombley watched the city camera video of the part of the incident, yes, and that I believed Acting Chief Castro was involved in a vehicle pursuit. Obviously, I wrote a blue team.
That continues. Now, he makes certain assertions in the next paragraph as well about truthfulness. You just testified you had no basis to believe that Chief Castro had not been truthful in his report, correct?
Reading the report, I wasn't investigating whether or not he was truthful or not. I couldn't tell. All I was doing was doing a blue team because there was a pursuit. I needed all the information to ascertain whether or not there was a pursuit. There was clearly a pursuit. I did the blue team. Everybody else
appreciate
can do their investigations. So,
Okay, and I appreciate that. And your testimony, I believe, was you had no reason, no basis to believe that he was not truthful in his report, correct?
right.
Okay, so the further part of this email does not necessarily reflect any of your thoughts. This is all Lieutenant Rossi's thoughts?
Would you like me to read the rest of it? And so I
Well,
can.
you can read to yourself the
No,
next
I
paragraph.
didn't.
It says,
I did not. I have nothing to do with this email other than watching the video and doing the blue team. I have.
Okay, that's fair enough. Now, if you turn to Exhibit 16, please. Do you see that exhibit?
Yes, it looks a lot like what I just read in the other email.
Okay. Now, could we scroll through the remaining pages so that Lieutenant Trombley has a chance to just quickly scan the pages and then stop at the last page, 062? Bring any break, your Honor? While he's scanning the document?
Yes.
Thank you.
Just wait to ask questions until
I
your
will.
client
I will,
returns.
definitely. I figured we could take the time while he's reading.
He's gonna have to speed read.
Well,
I'm reading it very swiftly, Your Honor.
Jake, 'cause I'm trying to, in my mind, plan the rest of the day. Do you have a sense of how much longer you might be with this witness?
I'm hoping 5 to 10 minutes is all.
Thank you for letting me know.
And then Castro, I believe, will be very quick, and Sanchez will. We've canceled Rodriguez, so I anticipate finishing all these remote witnesses today. And it's all right for me to speak now while we're waiting?
I mean, understanding we're on being recorded, there's no problem.
But no, nothing I'm saying is about to be recorded. And then I anticipate that we would do the mayor when he arrives right at 9:30.
Right.
Because we have the interpreter from 9:30 to 1. I
got
do
that.
not anticipate we will take that amount of time. And then we would finish with Provisional Chief Castro, Mr. Castro, to finish up tomorrow with his testimony after the mayor testifies.
Okay, so I anticipate two things. One, as I've done in the last trial I did, hearing, require a submission of, I think we talked about this earlier, about findings of facts. If you, either or both of you want to do a brief closing argument, if we have time, I would also do that. If you really want to do it, we need to do it on another day, we could talk about that as well.
Okay.
But more important is your final submission of proposed findings of fact.
Do you have any time frame that you're looking for that? Because I have a variety of trials coming.
Well, Saturday afternoon's fine. All right.
I have an appellate brief due Monday morning.
We'll talk about that.
All right.
You'll have time.
Your Honor, as a matter of procedure, if I could just speak for a second.
Yes.
I understand that you're anticipating finishing the officers tonight. I hope you do. Just for the record, I am unavailable tomorrow, and if any officers go off till tomorrow, we'd have to make arrangements with them directly because my office will not be occupied.
All right. Thank you for letting me know. We're going to try to get those officers done today.
We will get them done today, Your Honor.
I have assurances, especially Mr. Hartnett has something to ask. We'll be in good shape. Anyway, I'm being facetious. Go ahead. I think he's had a chance to scan.
Pardon me?
You can go ahead now.
Okay. Have you had a chance to scan, and this is not a test of memory, Lieutenant. Have you had a chance to see what the document is in terms of general substance?
Yeah, I got it. Thank God it's not a test of memory because that was interesting. But yes, I get the idea of what's going on. Yep.
Okay, now this is Officer Rossi's summary, Lieutenant Rossi's summary to the mayor and to the city attorney. Well, it went to the mayor with a copy to the city attorney. And in his conclusions, he thinks significant allegations should be brought also against Officer Avales. And I believe if you look at the detail of it, and I'm not asking you to go back through that, he would look at Officer Smart as well. Is it your testimony that you did not need to list the entire officers involved in the pursuit under the pursuit policy when you did the blue teams, and you didn't need to do a blue team on each officer who may or may not, in your opinion, have violated the policy?
It is my opinion that the way the policy is written is that I only need to do one blue team for the pursuit itself, and that I only need to name one person in it. And my narrative covers the fact that everyone needs to be looked at. That's my opinion. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
Okay, and you don't have any documentation that you attached to your blue teams, all the different reports, so they can be looked at?
By the way, we've been through this a lot. Why don't you move on?
Had you spoken during this time with Lieutenant Rossi?
I don't recall having any conversations with Lieutenant Rossi, but when you say during this time, what do you mean?
During the time that, from the time of the incident at around 2 o'clock until you got your blue team's report done?
I don't know. I might have reached out to him and said I was doing a blue team. I have no idea, to be honest with you. I don't recall.
All right, I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Hartnett?
No questions.
That's quick. So, Lieutenant, just as a reminder, you know that there's a sequestration order in effect here, and therefore you're not to discuss your testimony with anybody else other than if you have your own attorney, and at least while these proceedings are still undergoing, okay?
Absolutely, Your Honor, I understand.
All right, thank you very much. You're excused.
Thank you.
And we'll have the next one.
Philip Castro, I believe, is next.
Yes. Assume. Mr. Jacobs, I assume no relationship. No relationship.
No, there's no relationship, Your Honor. Would not have called him if there were a relationship.
Right, could be the best witness.
But also problematic as well. I'll be looking to key up for the video.
You want to predict, yeah.
140-140-326. And I'll be looking 1413, probably to 1414. I believe this witness will be relatively very brief.
Witness is there. Good afternoon. Would you state your name, please?
I'm Philip Castro.
I'm sorry, your first name?
Philip Castro.
Right. And sir, would you raise your right hand? In the matter now in hearing, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Jacobs?
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Castro, where do you currently work?
The Lawrence Police Department.
When did you start with the Lawrence Police Department?
2017.
And your rank then was patrolman?
I'm sorry?
Was your rank then Was your rank then patrolman?
Yes,
What is your current rank?
patrol.
Are you familiar with the date of February 2nd, 2024, the incidents of that day?
Yes.
We're going to show a video, and I believe you'll see yourself in that video. So I would ask you to draw attention to yourself and the individuals you see on the video as it plays. Can we play the video when you have it keyed up to 14:13, I believe? Did you see that video?
Yes, I did, sir.
All right, now we're going to replay it, and I'm going to ask you to describe what all the parties are doing as you see it from when we start the video. Just talk right while it's playing and give us a description of who is who and where they're going and what you observe, okay?
Okay.
Is that you there?
Yeah, that's me, sir.
And where are you headed?
I'm going into the dispatch room.
Okay, do you know who's in the dispatch room?
I believe it was Officer Yancey was dispatching.
Do you know if he was dispatching this particular incident at the time you went into dispatch?
I don't remember, no. Don't recall.
Okay. That's Bandiatakis?
That's Officer Noonan.
Noonan, okay. No, that's you coming out?
Yes.
Okay. Now, who's coming out after you? Is that Trombley?
That's Lieutenant Trombley, yes.
Was he saying or doing any, was he coming from dispatch?
Yes, at that point, I believe he was.
Now, is he going back into dispatch now?
I believe he was, yes.
What is Samar doing? Do you know where he's going?
I believe maybe dispatch. I'm assuming everybody was going into dispatch.
Okay, do you recall seeing them in dispatch?
I recall seeing a few people in dispatch, yes.
And do you recall hearing what was being converted over the dispatch at that time?
Somewhat, yeah.
Can you tell us what you recall hearing over the dispatch? Can we stop the tape for a moment? Can you tell us what you recall hearing occurring in the dispatch? Was this incident being discussed in dispatch?
Yes.
What was being discussed?
Well, I believe we were listening to see what was going on.
Who was listening?
I don't remember exactly. I remember I was in dispatch, Lieutenant Trombley. I don't remember who else.
And would it benefit you to hear the audio calls of that call to refresh your memory as to what was being said?
Yeah.
Can we play the audio, please? 1, 2, and 3.
I could probably recite it to you.
I appreciate it.
21, 29, a male with a green hoodie trying to pass a bad check at the credit union, 14 Amesbury Street. 21, 29, or if anybody else closer. Walking.
21, please.
It was a fake check. He's walking down Methuen Street with a green hoodie. Anybody close to Methuen Street? Dark-skinned male, all green on Methuen Street. Okay, he just took off the hoodie. Walking towards Hampshire Street. He's in the parking lot now, behind TD. Should be. Dark-skinned male had a green hoodie. Walking towards Canal Street now.
I'll be going off the credit union.
Okay, why don't you head to Canal Street? That's where the guy's walking.
Jerry, you got me. I have an overdose. Broadway and now I'm coming.
Okay, we'll send an ambulance, Broadway and Common for an overdose. We got it?
Four 479's approaching Canal Street. By where, Gary?
Right here. Go on this car. Go out on this car right here.
479 location, please.
Hey, there's a car taking off. It's out. Black Mercedes-Benz on the middle bridge with North Carolina plates. 4 doors.
Okay, a black Mercedes with North Carolina plates heading on the Central Bridge.
Coming up to Merrimack.
Approaching Merrimack, 411's behind him.
They're bailing out South Canal under the bridge with homeless. Two males, black. One has a green sweatshirt with a number 7 behind it.
411, call it out.
One just went under the bridge by the homeless. The other one is by the Simpsons brothers.
Does that help refresh your memory?
Yeah, somewhat, yeah.
Okay. Now, you said you were in the dispatch, that you believed that Lieutenant Trombley and Sergeant Smart and others were there, correct?
Yes.
And Officer Yancey, pardon me?
Yes, I believe so.
And Officer Yancey obviously was there because he was doing the dispatch.
Correct.
Now, what is your best recollection of what you heard of the discussions in dispatch regarding this incident?
I don't think there was any size discussions. Most of us were focusing on listening.
Was there any discussion whether there was or was not a pursuit going on?
I don't remember. I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall any comments that Lieutenant Trombley made?
I don't recall, sir.
Do you recall any comments that Sergeant Simard made?
No.
No further questions, Joel.
Right? Any cross-examination? All right, officer, thank you. I just want to remind you that you're subject to, as are all witnesses, a sequestration order, which means that you can't discuss your testimony with anyone while these proceedings are ongoing. Do you understand that?
Yes, I do, sir.
All right, thank you very much. You're free to go. All right, what is it? Oh, you're muted? Thank you. Officer, would you state your name, please?
Officer Lillian Santana.
I'm sorry, your last name?
Santana.
Spell your last name?
Santana.
You raise your right hand, please. In the matter now in hearing, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Jacobs?
Thank you. Just a point of clarification, and maybe she can answer real quick. The witness listed is Lillian Sanchez, is that it?
Oh, yes, actually, that's why I asked again. So I think we have you
the right
listed
person.
as Sanchez. Is there any reason for that?
We have no idea that there is no Lillian Sanchez. I saw that, and I knew that Santana was the only officer.
okay.
The correct witness is here.
That's what I want to make
cannot tell
sure.
you, Your Honor, how that
Don't
got.
worry about it. Don't worry. You're the person we want, however. So it looks like it was a typo or something like that. So, are you concerned about that?
No.
Sure. Now's your time to tell me. All right, Mr. Jacobs.
Ms. Santana,
Yes, sir.
good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Would you, where do you currently work?
The Lawrence Police Department.
When did you begin work for the Lawrence Police Department?
I got hired in 2018.
2018?
Mm-hmm.
And you were hired as patrol?
Yes.
And what is your current rank?
Patrol.
Do you recall the date of February 2nd, 2024?
Yes.
We're going to show some video to you. And I'm going to, if you could queue up 202-402-202-140-326. And we'll be looking to queue up around 1416. We're going to get ready some video to show you. It's video of the inside of the police station, and it's going to show a variety of officers. One of them is going to be you. And then I'm going to ask you some questions about what you saw or what happened that day as reflected on that video. And all that I want you to do is tell me your best recollection. I realize this was almost 2 years ago, but your best recollection on the issues that I asked you about, okay?
Okay.
And if you need the video played a second time, because I haven't asked you yet what the question's going to be, basically focus on yourself mainly, and anybody who's directly around you, because that will be the focus of my questions. And if you need to see the video a second time, we'll play it. And I think if we go from 1416 to 1419, that's all we'll need.
1416 now, right? All right. You ready to play it? You ready to play?
Yes. Who is that, Ms. Santana?
That's Officer Castro.
Philip Castro?
Yes.
Thank you. You know what he was assigned to do that day?
I do not recall.
Who is that?
And that is me.
That's you. And what were you assigned to do that day?
I believe I was sector 4, but I don't recall exactly.
Okay. Who was that in the khaki trousers?
That's Lieutenant Razzle.
Now, before you came out here, where were you?
I don't recall exactly where I was at, sir. Like you said, that was 2 years ago.
Okay. Okay, we can stop. Ms. Santana, do you recall that video?
Vaguely.
Do you need to see it again?
I could see it again, yeah.
Can you play it again for me? I don't, none of the questions I'm going to ask you are to trick you in any way.
Before you have her see it again, why don't you ask her the question? And because she's just watched this, I'm not sure what you want her to answer at this point.
Okay. You were at the front desk, correct? Most of the time? Someone came up to you to the front desk. Do you recall seeing that?
As far as the sergeant?
Correct. Do you recall seeing that?
Yes.
Do you need to see it again?
Well, I saw it. He walked up to me at the front desk.
Okay. Now, what transpired when he walked up to you at the front desk?
I don't recall that, sir.
Okay. Do you realize it appears that you were looking at something?
Yes.
You want to see the video again?
You can play it again, yeah.
Can we play the last maybe minute and a half?
You want her to focus on her interaction with the sergeant, is that correct?
Correct. Okay. And where the sergeant is coming from before the interaction, if she knows.
Okay.
Because she's in the station. I don't know what she sees.
That's
And,
fine.
and then I don't know what she recalls.
We'll find out.
That's the issue. You're seeing the video, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you're at the front desk, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now I want you to focus on particularly Sergeant Simard, where he comes out from, if you know where he was, and then he comes up to you and something seems to be transpiring. And I want you to see if you can tell me and whether this video being seen the second time refreshes your memory. I believe, are you looking at your phone right now?
Yes.
Okay. And again, this is not to criticize you in any way. I'm looking for information. This is not any allegations against you. So just don't worry about that.
Okay.
Now, do you see Sergeant Simard? That's Simard, correct?
Yes.
Did you see where he came from?
I mean, as you can tell, I was looking away, so he could have came from dispatch. He could have came from the report room.
Okay. Now, you were talking with him and you look like you're both looking at something. Do you see that?
Yes.
Does that help refresh your memory what took place February 2nd of 24?
As you stated earlier, sir, that was 2 years ago. I don't recall.
Okay, you don't have no recollection of what was happening?
No.
Do you know after, now this is, you both are still looking at something, right?
Yes.
Now, do you know where Sergeant Simard goes after this?
Into the OIC room.
Okay, and then do you know where he goes? Keep watching the video.
Looks like he's leaving the OIC room.
Okay. Did Sergeant Simard say anything to you when he was showing you something up at the front desk?
Sorry, I don't remember that.
You don't remember? No further question.
Sir Hartnett?
No questions.
All right, we can turn that off. Officer, that's all we need you for today. I do want to remind you that you're subject to a sequestration order, which means that you can't discuss your testimony with anybody concerning this case while this case is progressing. Okay, you understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. We don't need them anymore. We don't need to talk to Houghton about anything.
No, we're finished with the officers, as I promised you.
All right, thank you. You did it with 20 minutes to spare, not bad.
I tried my best. We could use a little break if possible.
Oh, yeah, okay. Well, I mean, we don't have a lot to discuss right now, but right, if you need a break, you're saying right now?
I think he
Yeah.
might.
Go ahead.
And then we can discuss anything procedural afterwards.
Right.
Thank you.
Just tell him I said thank you. Okay. All right. I have had a chance to discuss the issue of the quotes, missing exhibit, missing videos with my staff and with the staff here. Just first of all, I want to make it clear that it's not just one person that had access to the incoming exhibits, so it doesn't matter that one particular staff member isn't here right now. We've number of people did. Secondly, I'm advised that two things. One, once the exhibits were prepared, I'm advised that they were sent to the parties and an opportunity, obviously, to review them. And the package that we sent to you didn't have the, what did you call it, the drone video or the other one I think you were looking for as well. Was there another video?
It was a small, I think, I don't know if you have it or not, the inside-outside video, I don't know.
Right, there was I think you were talking about the outside video, right? Because we had the inside, obviously, we watched
Well, we
that.
had this section of inside, there was.
From when
Another
Chief Castro left.
Correct.
Okay, so we've looked. And there's no, first of all, it wasn't included in the package we sent you, they sent. Title page that was designated in there for that, but there was no video itself. I'm also advised that, Mr. Hartnett, please correct me if I'm wrong, that the material that was provided to you, you didn't see either this so-called drone video or the video of the inside and outside we're referring to?
I have seen the outside video.
Oh, you have, okay. And was that a material that was provided to you from?
Yes, it was so he's counsel sent me some exhibits that I expressed my objection to some of them, including those.
Oh, okay.
Because I didn't understand how they were relevant. So I did see the outside video. And he mentioned the possibility, in all fairness to him, he mentioned to me that he was going to do the drone video, but I never saw it. And I don't know what happened to it because I basically, I'd done a lot of the legwork putting all the exhibits there. And I was like, well, George, you get it. And I never saw it. So I didn't know what had happened to it. So
In reviewing the material earlier, you had never seen it, apparently.
I never seen a drone video.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Okay. So the point is, I don't think it was from failure to download is the only thing. That doesn't mean this doesn't become relevant and admissible and all of that. What I'm telling you is if you want to have it as part of the record, you're going to have to resubmit it. And if there's objections, I'll hear it and we'll make a decision.
So just for my clarification, I understand the division, you don't have the drone video.
Don't have the drone video.
Is the inside video showing Chief Castro getting ready to leave and the outside video showing him getting into his car? Do you have either of those videos?
I don't believe so. The exhibit folder that Attorney Hartnett shared with me, I don't believe had either of those.
And I don't know. I mean, I remember when I say I've seen the outside video, I should say I remember seeing video of the outside. I don't have a memory, frankly, and maybe it's there. And I
sound like a witness.
I don't remember seeing him in the video, and I don't remember seeing the inside video with him. So and it's possible it was there in the video that was sent to me. I don't remember that.
So that part, you just know you didn't see the drone video.
So my point is, if there's particular video and they want to introduce it, I'd rather they just send me everything when they send it, so I can make sure rather than rely on the idea that maybe I got it before.
Yeah, no, of course.
I will say, Your Honor, the drone video was that we created to try and assist in.
You created it, okay.
I'm being very honest. We created a drone video trying to assist in better understanding these streets and roads where supposedly these cars took place.
Okay.
That is not a city video. It is a drone video that we created to better allow people to understand what was going to be testified to. The inside-outside videos we did not create. They are, I believe, PD or city videos. I believe, and Attorney Hartnett says he's seen them as he recalls, and that's fine.
So here's the simple answer.
We'll produce them.
Yeah, just make sure you send it to him what you want to
We'll send them to Mr. Hartnett and we'll show them. We'll find a way to get them uploaded and we'll do that. And then we'll see if we need them. They are not catastrophic videos as far as being a totally dispositive video. They just assist in helping to follow the story and corroborate.
And as far as I don't have any view about their admissibility or not at this point, but we can't even get any further unless we get another copy of them so we know what's going on here. So you can review it too.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if we even, something that, if for some reason we can't get it by tomorrow, I was anticipating that. Is this something that really requires a witness?
Well, let's
find out. If it's not objectionable, then it can just go in.
Well, if there was foundational questions about where the video come from, I don't know if that's something you have, but I think that just starts with submitting it to you to see, so you see what your position is. Do you think you're going to pursue this, the drone video?
What we would do, Your Honor, because the videos may be hard to get electronically transferred easily, Mr. Castro can go to the garage, depending on how long he can get access back up here, and allow the division to download them, and then they'll have them. And we don't have to worry about whether we can electronically get them conveyed, because we don't have them on flash drive, but he has available in his car, the
He
electronics.
has in his car.
In his car, which is in the parking garage now. If that's too late tonight, then we'll bring a flash drive in the morning. We'll give Mr. Hartnett one to look at. We will do whatever you want us to
No,
do.
I'm certain it's not a full-length movie. It won't take long to.
It should not, Your Honor. The drone video is not very long.
That's what I mean.
No, it is not. But it may take enough megapixels to transfer it electronically, may be a little difficult. And then the inside-outside videos are exceedingly short. The clips that what we want to look at.
All right, we really just need to physically have them at this point.
We'll have them on a flash drive tomorrow morning then, if it's getting too close to 5 tonight to be able to get back up here.
Right, you
I don't
satisfied
want to
with
keep
that?
people late.
We'll address it then.
Yeah, tomorrow would be my preference.
And the question is, will you need foundational testimony for the creation of the drone? Did you do the drone?
Did I do the drone?
No, I'm asking Mr. Castro if he did it.
He did not personally do the drone. I believe he arranged for someone
Okay, that's what
to
I'm
make the
asking.
drone for him.
So if it's an issue, had you planned to have the person who operated the drone here?
I was not. And my presumption was that if there's an issue of foundation, we can live without the drone. We were trying to make this to be an assist rather than catastrophic to the dispositive case. So we didn't want to bring in more people and make this hearing even longer.
Oh, I'm not criticizing.
So no, so I'm just giving you the explanation. So
That's
no, I
fine.
had not. I understand the foundational issues, but it was only meant for an assist to get a view of where things were. And if it's admissible,
You
it
didn't
is.
go over my house too, did you?
I did not, Your Honor.
Sure.
So,
I don't want you to be that thorough.
I'm not sure where Your Honor lives, so I wouldn't know where to
Let's
go.
keep it that way.
It may not matter, but I said one question about the drone video. There's nobody talking in it, right?
No, it's just a video of streets.
And then I mean, I'm unlikely to be there.
There is no narrative on that video. It's purely, it's totally video, not audio, right?
No, it's just over here.
It's just total video of a drone going around on certain roads to see them. There is no narrative, there is no explanation, there is nothing.
I can conceive of how that might be helpful as well. So, so let's just bring in the
flash
drive
drive
and take a look at that. We'll hear from the mayor first thing, and then we'll complete it with the remainder of Mr. Castro's testimony.
Mr. Castro will be finished tomorrow. The mayor will be finished before the 1 o'clock time.
Good.
Definitely, because that's the time when the interpreter is scheduled for.
Hopefully this is an interpreter who speaks Spanish.
I hope, Your Honor.
All right, everybody have a good evening. Thank you.
Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ready.